Chapter 8:29. These feathers were like the sharp arrows from before. Although they looked very real, they were constantly changing between illusion and reality. If one reached out to catch them, apart from their palms being pierced, they would not be able to catch anything. Countless dangers were hidden around them, but no matter what methods they used, there was no way to get rid of all these dangers in one fell swoop. They couldn't even touch these dangers, let alone deal with them. Taoist Master Jochen, who everyone had high hopes for, was also helpless in this matter. This array formation was really too mysterious. Every detail looked natural. If he wanted to forcefully change some details, not only would he not be able to break the array formation, he might even bring greater danger to them. Just now, he had seen with his own eyes that some easily overlooked details in the array formation were changed, and then the array formation became even more powerful. If there was even the slightest mistake, then they would really die without a burial ground. They could still have some breathing room now, but it did not mean that they would still have the chance to breathe after the array formation was fully activated. As he looked at the array formation above his head, more and more wounds appeared on his body. Following the changes, his mood also changed. After a while, bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on Taoist Master Jochen's head. They merged with the blood on his body, bringing him a sore and stinging sensation. Is there any way to solve this? We are already so powerful. Are we going to die with hatred? No, there must be a way. Let me think. As long as I think. These people were like rats crossing the street, struggling nonstop. Amidst the rain of pure white and beautiful feathers, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. These people no longer had any room to struggle, even if they hid in time. But the blades formed by these feathers were almost everywhere. No matter how they hid, there would be wounds on their bodies. If this continued, sooner or later, they would be exhausted one by one. Even if everyone knew who had done all this, they would not be able to do anything. But they could not struggle in the slightest, and they could not free themselves to deal with Chinyu, who was controlling the array formation. The dragon's soul looked at the sorry state of those people and was slightly eager to give it a try. Master, why don't you let me go up and try? Don't be in a hurry to use them to test the array formation's power. I feel that my innate ability seems to have made some breakthroughs. Can I use them to practice? After Chinyu nodded, the dragon's soul rushed in excitedly. After he rushed in, the power of the entire formation seemed to have weakened quite a bit. However, it wasn't as if those blades didn't exist. However, some of the feathers wouldn't turn into blades. They looked and felt like ordinary swan feathers. It wasn't some extremely sharp blade that could kill people. However, the habit of being attacked before still made it impossible for them to face these feathers calmly, especially when the feather was about to land on them. They wondered if it would suddenly turn into a blade. If the feather landed on their necks, it would be a fatal blow. In fact, this was not the greatest power. It was merely a small trick. The dragon's soul was like a fish in water. Because it understood this formation, it wasn't worried about the blades landing on its body. Suddenly, those people felt that the feathers around them were falling at a much faster speed. However, they still couldn't determine which one was a real feather, and which one was a blade that could take their lives at any time. As the speed became faster and faster, it was already too late to dodge. More or less, there would be some real feathers or fake feathers that would fall on their bodies. If the real feathers didn't pose any danger, then it would be fine. However, the fake feathers would leave a deep wound on their bodies at any time. Becoming stronger didn't mean that their vitality would increase. If enough blood flowed out, they would die at any time. Now, there were enough wounds on their bodies, and their robes had been dyed bright red. They more or less felt dizzy. Their strength wasn't good enough, and their physical strength couldn't keep up at all. However, the feathers around them fell faster and faster. It was obviously no different from before. The biggest difference was the speed at which the feathers fell. However, they didn't know that their movements were very slow in the eyes of others. Every time they were cut by the blades hidden in the feathers, it looked like they deliberately leaned over slowly and let themselves be cut by the blades. Very good. It seems that you have improved. It was originally about 50 times faster. Now it seems that it has become nearly 60 times faster. The dragon's soul still didn't look very satisfied. Soon, those people suffered again. They felt that the feathers fell even faster. Even those who were familiar with formations such as Jiuqian Jinren now felt that there was a certain pattern to this formation. However, there was no way to grasp that pattern now. Because the speed was too fast, their brains couldn't keep up with it at all. Whoosh! Ugh! One of them was wearing a blue robe. His eyes were wide open as he covered the wound on his neck in disbelief. However, while he was in a daze, several more blades landed on his body. One of them even landed on the top of his head. In the end, he could only die with hatred. His limbs fell to the ground, but the feathers wouldn't stop falling because of his death. Feathers accumulated on his body one by one. They gradually became as tall as a small mountain. They also completely covered this person's body. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Even if I have to fight with serious injuries, I can't die like this. Jiuqian, you still haven't found a way to break the formation? If this goes on, all of us will die here. And the most important thing was that they still hadn't tested out their trump cards. Although Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were right in front of them, these few steps were like a chasm between heaven and earth. Jiuqian Jinren used to think that he was quite proficient in politics and politics. Even a great emperor might not be as proficient in it as he was. But now, he encountered a problem that he couldn't solve. This formation itself was very mysterious, so he didn't dare to touch it at all. Even after staying in this formation for so long, he still hadn't found the formation I. Facing a life and death threat, he didn't dare to say that he hadn't found a clue yet. He could only keep reassuring, "Give me a little more time. It will be done soon." However, no one knew how long it would be. Even he didn't know. Come back. It's time to end it. Chapter 830. Qin Yu called back the Dragon Soul. This time, he used 70% of the formation's strength. Now, he finally unleashed the true power of this formation. Suppression. Even if they had forcibly raised their cultivation, they were just a few ants that could be easily crushed in front of this formation. It was as if the might of the great Tao had suddenly descended from the sky. With an absolute formation, everyone was smashed to the ground, creating 8 human-shaped pits. Even the person who had already died couldn't escape this suppression. They didn't even need to be buried. They had already become one with the earth. Ah! Screams of agony rang out incessantly. Under this powerful suppression, they couldn't even move their fingers. Not to mention dodging, under the acceleration of nearly 60 to 70 times. Soon, all of them died, silently in the huge crater that was created by their bodies. After that, the suppression didn't hold back at all, until the surrounding ground was ruthlessly pressed down. Several people's corpses were completely buried. Only a piece of solid ground was left. Not long after, a very lush weed grew out of this piece of ginger. It covered all the exposed ground. Let's go. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul disappeared from this piece of land. Not long after, the great emperors found out that the people they sent out had died. However, they were able to survive until now because of their own methods. Although it sounded a little impossible for the entire army to be wiped out, they had long expected that such a thing might happen. As early as when those people set off, They had an extremely special shadow recording stone with them. To a certain extent, it could preserve the scene before they died. Of course, it was from their own perspective. Therefore, the 9 great emperors saw an extremely shocking scene, separated by a thin, illusory image. They seemed to be able to feel the power that suppressed the world. This is really too terrifying. How confident are you that you can defeat this formation? It seems that it's not completely impossible to break the formation, but this speed is really too fast. If I were to do it, I'm afraid I wouldn't have much chance of winning. Then, everyone fell silent. Even if one of them did it personally, they wouldn't be able to do better. This meant that this formation had the power to crush a great emperor. Wasn't this what they were most afraid of? No one would want to die unless it was someone else who would die. Only then would they dare to take the risk. For a moment, everyone was quietly sizing up the people around them. Scheming about who would die first was the most cost-effective and most beneficial to them. At this time, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul had already arrived at a rather strange martial field. This world was called the Beast Region. Almost no one could be seen. All that could be seen were all kinds of strange orcs. These people have the blood of other races in them, but they also have the blood of humans. In other words, monsters born from different races are all here. Qin Yu nodded and continued walking. The entire street was filled with people of all shapes and sizes, or a birdman with a bird's head and wings, or they were crawling on the ground with a long tail. They seemed to have the bloodline of crocodiles. There were also a few blurry figures in the sky. They seemed to be people who could fly. If you walked to the water's edge, you could even see people with fish heads swimming in the water. Of course, there were similar creatures on the street as well. The cat-faced woman looked to Qin Yu with a somewhat curious expression. "May I ask if you're here to buy something? I have everything here." Behind the cat woman was a beautifully decorated shop. Although it looked grand on the surface, it was actually filled with a few useless trinkets. Still, there were some interesting things. There were glowing divine moonstones. There were also backwater mirrors that could record images. However, these things had no value at all. They were all placed on the counter, each and every one of them marked with an exorbitant price tag. There were a few customers inside as well. They all looked rather complete. Occasionally, however, they would reveal some beastly characteristics. For example, long fangs with tiny holes, or perhaps it was someone's long tail that flashed past. The vampire bat and the metal stone monkey were actually standing side by side, safe and sound. This was the only place where one could see such a magical scene. "I don't want anything." After Qin Yu said that, he continued to walk forward without looking back. This place did look magical, but it didn't mean that it was a pure land. Even the seemingly ordinary shop from before had extremely special existences. Many of the things on it were stained with the smell of blood. It was obvious that they didn't come from the right way. But what did that have to do with him? He was just passing by. Not long after, the people who were chasing him arrived as scheduled. But this time, those people didn't even have the time to get close to Qin Yu. They were all taken care of by those seemingly harmless orcs. Only then did Qin Yu pay more attention to them. These guys who looked neither human nor ghost actually had their own unique talents. Compared to ordinary people, they all had some beastly advantages. For example, a monkey's balance and agility. Another example was a guy with fish head legs who could easily hide in the water. They even had very good teeth that could easily tear their prey apart. All in all, they more or less inherited some beastly characteristics. Some had advantages, and some had disadvantages. But as long as there were disadvantages, there would definitely be advantages. In this aspect, everyone did very well. A big man with a dog's head walked over. He first put away the weapons in his hands to show that he was friendly, then spoke. "You have a lot of strange smells on you. Those people must have left something on you. If you think it's troublesome, I can help you get rid of the smell. But I heard that you have a lot of good things on you. Can you pay me a part of it as compensation? After all, you know that we have to be paid for doing these things. Otherwise, how can we feed our families? I still have some puppies at home that need to be raised." This was a very magical world. Of course, they were also very straightforward. Without so many twists and turns, Chinyu was also very happy to pay this sum of remuneration. Of course, he didn't notice that there was any strange smell on him. However, he still believed in the dog's sensitive nose. If this dog-headed man dared to lie to him, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Chapter 831. But in the end, he accepted a special method to get rid of his scent. The dragon soul was shocked to find that it couldn't detect Chinyu's scent at all. It didn't matter whether or not he had a strange scent. At least for now, the reward was very satisfactory. The final result was somewhat unexpected. Chinyu's scent was completely concealed. After all, I'm a kobold. The only advantage I have is my sense of smell. Apart from that, I don't have any other advantages. So, I can only think of ways to use these advantages to support my family. It can't be considered a great ability. In any case, as long as you're satisfied. This wasn't just satisfied. The materials the kobold had spent on him were almost directly proportional to the price he'd paid. In other words, the kobold didn't have much to gain from this. Even the materials he'd identified were relatively precious. The price the kobold had asked for wasn't high either. It was just a small toy. "Take this dragon bone back. It's not bad to use it as a material. You can do whatever you want with it. After all, it was a dragon bone, and its quality wasn't low. Since it was a kobold, it would probably need some meat and bones. However, he didn't have any suitable bones on him. If he had to talk about bones, he only had a few dragon bones, and they definitely weren't low quality. Every single one of them glowed with a brilliant golden light. They were even more valuable than many of the treasures he had. Of course, in his hands, it was just an ordinary bone. After taking the bone, the kobold quickly discovered that it was different. Since he had some of the characteristics of a dog, he naturally preferred to chew on bones. He could clearly sense that if he completely devoured this bone, he'd break through to the next realm. He would break through to another level and even change his bloodline to a certain extent. He might even cleanse it of impurities. In the beast region, it was actually very simple to determine who was stronger. You just had to look at their appearance. The fewer beastly characteristics one had, the more powerful one was. Some were even the lowest of ordinary people. Most of their bodies weren't much different from beasts. As for the stronger ones, they didn't look much different from ordinary people. There were only a few unique features on their bodies, and as long as they wanted to, they could hide them with some clothes at any time. "Thank you. This bone is very useful to me. If you need any help, just let me know. Although my strength is not at the top, I like to make friends. At least in this place, my words still have some influence." This bone was too useful to him. So even though he knew he was being greedy, he wasn't willing to return it easily. He could only make some promises, even if he knew that these promises were weak and powerless. However, this was really nothing to Chinyu. He gave the bone only because he didn't want to accept this inexplicable favor. Moreover, he would soon leave this place and would not stay here for long. However, he was wrong. Those people were much more decisive than before. It had only been less than 10 days. Those people who were killed by them had just died, and in less than 2 days, they had already chased them out. Moreover, they had personally joined the battle. "Alone. I alone should be enough to deal with you. After all, the gap between the two of us is still very obvious. The person who came stood with his hands behind his back, giving off an awe-inspiring aura. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind as he stood on top of the mountain, giving off a righteous aura. Just by looking at his appearance, no one would know that this person was actually that kind of despicable person. That's why the biggest taboo in this world is to judge a book by its cover. Qin Yu's voice was low, and he was already prepared not to let this person go. Since he came, he might as well stay. From the very beginning when he first appeared, or perhaps even earlier, he had opened his eyes. The grudges between the two of them were already destined, and it was also destined that only one of them would be able to live. Lin Feng, the debt from many years ago, we should properly settle it now, right? Those things that you did in the past, even if so much time has passed, you still have to pay the price. Lin Feng, great emperor, didn't know whether this sentence was true or not. After living for so long, he cherished his life more than anyone else. It was simply impossible for him to die. Of course, he knew that it was impossible for him to survive against Qin Yu, and he also knew that to him, the number 2 position was taken by his people. He would only be at ease if it was someone else who died. However, it was obviously not possible now. Among everyone, his strength was the weakest. All these years, he commanded the wind and clouds, and he only relied on his benevolence and virtuousness. If those things back then were to be exposed, there would still be a portion of people who would choose to support him. However, his foundation would be greatly damaged, and his strength was the weakest, so he naturally had to be the first to take the lead. This was the law of the jungle, and it was also an unwritten rule between them. Whoever was the weakest would be the first to die. Anyway, as long as it didn't concern them, they could completely throw everything to the back of their minds. One person? Qin Yu sneered. If it was only one person, then who were the few people who had been hiding in the dark? Those familiar auras. Even if 10,000 years had passed, he would definitely not forget them. After all, it was a death grudge, and his memory wouldn't be that bad, and he wouldn't be so muddle-headed as to mistake someone. Lin Feng faintly felt that something was not right. Now, he could roughly guess that Qin Yu must have sensed those people hiding in the dark. However, he had no choice but to do so. If they didn't take this opportunity to kill Qin Yu, in that case, they wouldn't even have the slightest bit of face left. They might even die in front of everyone. How could a lifetime of reputation be destroyed in a day like this? Today, it's either you die or I die. As he said this, his eyes flashed with viciousness. What he did many years ago, it didn't mean that he couldn't do it again today. Even if he could revive many years ago, would there be a second chance like this? Then the heavens would be too kind to him. Qin, you didn't want to talk nonsense with these people. There were some people who couldn't be reasoned with at all. Only by suppressing them with strength and making them completely clear-headed was the best choice. Xian Yu Heavenly Array. This was the famous array of the Xian Yu Heavenly Emperor, so they naturally recognized it. Previously, they didn't recognize it at first sight because this array had been partially altered. Now that they saw the true identity of this array up close, it also made them understand that someone had already become the past. Chapter 832. If they were not careful, they would end up the same way. If Qin Yu does not eliminate them, all of them will die. Moreover, they can only become history, the past that everyone talks about. Die. Qilin slashes the heavens. At the same time, the people who had been hiding jumped out. He had used his most powerful technique. Soul-devouring guide. Boundless world. Ancient god shatters. Purple emperorly fire. Kanlisha. Countless moves covered the sky and covered the earth. All kinds of lights flashed, and the entire area became a deserted place. Under the powerful collision, a huge whirlpool was formed. It engulfed everything in its surroundings. Everything was crushed in an instant. There was no one around, not to mention a person other than the great emperors. There was not even a fingernail-sized rock. All they could see was a pile of yellow sand. The sand calmed down as the whirlpool disappeared, falling to the ground and covering everything. Is he dead? Lin Feng stood up pathetically, no longer looking as impressive as when he first appeared. But no one dared to give him a definite answer. It was like seeing a corpse before, but the person was standing in front of them after 10,000 years. Not even a drop of blood could be seen, let alone a corpse. No one dared to give a definite answer. He should be dead. Lin Feng repeated over and over again, as if this was the truth. Under the impact of such a powerful force, no one would be able to survive. Even if we were in the middle of that attack, we would be smashed to pieces, and not a drop of blood would be left behind. The power of 9 great emperors attacking at the same time. If there were no immortals, then the power just now would be the strongest in all 10 worlds. No one would be able to survive under such a powerful siege, especially when all kinds of power gathered together, forming a huge whirlpool that could break a hole in the sky. How could they not die? Master, why did you leave just like that? We have the power to fight back. Although they are very strong, it's not like we don't have enough power to fight them. If we really fight, we have the ability to win. Qin, you looked at where those people were. His robes fluttered in the wind, making whooshing sounds. The sound of the wind was in his ears. Even the dragon soul's voice was blown away by the wind. It was a little blurry. Why bother with them now? Anyway, the agreed time is right there, and everyone knows about it. They want to fight me at this time, so that they won't lose face. Why should I satisfy their request? Qin Yu was able to see it even more clearly than anyone else. It was precisely because of this that he did not choose to fight with them at this time. If that was the case, wouldn't it satisfy their demands? Qin Yu naturally wouldn't do something that would harm himself and benefit others. His plan had yet to be completed. Let's go. Along the way, they encountered quite a few things. Even if it was a little troublesome in the beginning, after he became famous, those who were not strong enough would not dare to provoke him. Later on, everyone even knew that the 10 Directions world had such a powerhouse. He could easily challenge those of a higher realm. Although he was only at the heavenly ethereal realm, even the great emperor was not his match. As the rumors spread, a legendary story actually spread. The dragon's soul heard the exact whispers of those people on the street and couldn't help but twitch the corner of its mouth. I'd better clarify for you, Master. What kind of nonsense is this? There's no need to clarify. Even if one is clarified, there are still 2, 3, and countless others. There are so many rumors like this. They don't care about the authenticity. They're just making up stories. Qin Yu had expected this, so he didn't care about these rumors. As long as they didn't reach his ears and didn't cause him any trouble, it didn't matter at all. However, for the dragon soul, it was still somewhat unacceptable. They should be taught a lesson. Qin Yu smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't bring the dragon's soul around aimlessly. If someone connected all the places he had walked, they would find an extremely special pattern. This was a secret method that he had accidentally learned a long time ago. As long as he drew according to a specific pattern, something special would happen. As for what would happen, it was completely related to the size of the pattern, the final time it would take, and even luck. He used to just want to create a qualified battlefield, so he took the opportunity to use this method. As for what would come out in the end, it was unknown. It was said that it had a lot to do with the strength and martial skills of the drawer. 3 days later, Qin Yu returned to the original point where he set off. The entire pattern was drawn. At the very center of the entire pattern, suddenly, a giant pillar rose into the sky. At the same time, such a pillar of light rose everywhere Chinyu walked. However, compared to the one at the very center, the other places looked like mere shadows. Such a big movement quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the 10 Directions world. No matter which Marshall Field people, they were extremely concerned about this. Among them, the powerful ones even arranged the affairs of their sections. They came out of seclusion to take a look. Chin, you only stood here for a while, and countless experts of the Heavenly Palace came after hearing the news. The heavenly ethereal realm experts could only stand on the periphery and could not get close. As time passed, more and more real experts came. The heavenly ethereal realm experts were everywhere, and the divine realm experts were inferior to dogs. The Heavenly Palace experts had already gathered in a large circle around the only real light pillar. The aura of the great emperors was also faintly discernible. Only the most powerful people could sense their existence. There were a few acquaintances among them, but Chinyu did not greet them. Now that enough time had passed, the 1-month deadline was getting closer and closer. Chinyu raised his chi, and every word he said was enough for everyone in the Marshall Field to hear. The light pillar in front of you is the place I chose for the appointment. I don't know what will happen next. Everything is unknown. Maybe there will be endless opportunities inside, or maybe there will be fatal dangers inside. And I will always be waiting inside, waiting for the 9 great emperors to come. Hearing this, the people who heard this had different thoughts. Some people were deep in thought, while others were eager to try. This light pillar was so extraordinary. If there was an opportunity, it must be a monstrous opportunity. Chapter 833. However, every resource in this world was accompanied by great danger, and there were always gains and losses. There were still some people who had not arrived, but under everyone's gaze, the pillar of light suddenly turned into specks of white light. After the huge pillar of light disappeared, the shadow of a huge door hidden under the pillar of light was revealed. A huge blue vortex faintly formed the shape of a door. This aura is so unfamiliar. May I ask which expert can recognize the origin of this door? Whoever knows the origin of this door, I am willing to pay a lot of money. No one was stupid. What was behind this door? They knew nothing. At least for now, it was a completely unknown place. In the unknown, although there would be endless wealth waiting for them to excavate and harvest, there might also be many dangers. Chinyu looked at the door with a deep aura that suddenly appeared and was slightly lost in thought. Everyone else had forgotten about this aura, but he still had a slight impression of it. This was the long-lost ancient region, but it was only a legend from long ago, and there were probably very few people who could recognize it. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was just a rumor. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he knew that it was the truth. The legendary Marshall region did exist, and it appeared in front of him in this appearance. The legend is not clear, and I don't know what is inside. Are we still going in? The dragon soul was just being cautious. This was a completely unknown place. Even if they were the ones who summoned this passage, they could not determine whether it was safe inside. Everything inside was unknown. Even the summoner did not know what was inside. Like everyone else, they only knew half of it. They only knew one more name than others. The unknown place is more interesting. There is no need to worry. It is because it is unknown that it is more interesting. Chinyu took the lead and stepped in. He stepped across the entire vortex of shadows with one foot. A dark light flashed in front of him, and suddenly he was standing in the void. There were specks of starlight around him, and he seemed to be within reach. There was nothing under his feet, but it was enough for him to walk on, as if he was walking on flat ground. If he quietly turned in a circle with his head down, his center of gravity would still be stable, as if he was still standing on flat ground, and did not turn in a circle. The mystical nature of this martial domain was truly breathtaking. When he turned around, the door was no longer there. Someone else should have come in behind him, but he couldn't find them anywhere. There was not a single living creature in sight. The dragon soul quickly went to check. Not long after, it came back with an ugly expression. There's no aura of any living creatures around here. It's just the two of us. I don't know where we are. Maybe we were just sent to a random place. I didn't see any entrance or exit, nor did I see anything special. Although those starlights appear to be very close to us, no matter how close they are only specks of starlight. Chinyu didn't say anything. He slowly extended his hand forward. There was a pea-sized star over there. It looked extremely real. Moreover, it was no different from all the stars in the surroundings, and it was merely ordinary and blended into the crowd. However, just as he was about to touch it, time and space were in turmoil. It created some small ripples. The dragon soul's innate ability allowed him to sense things more clearly, so he didn't dare to let his guard down. He cautiously observed his surroundings. There's no need to be so worried. This is just a place similar to the eye of the formation. Something might happen later, but there's no aura of danger yet. It shouldn't be a bad thing. The turbulence in time and space became even more intense, and there were already some cracks. The dragon soul was even more shocked. Time and space were one of the top forces in the world. If time and space were to be in turmoil, it would be very dangerous. If time and space were to crack, it would be the destruction of the world. As they were standing right next to the crack, there was no difference between distance and distance in time and space. No matter where they hid, they couldn't avoid this turbulence. The small crack slowly expanded until it became a huge abyss. At this moment, as if sensing the turbulence outside, the two little azure dragons were a little uneasy and even wanted to come out. Chinyu tried to stop them, but he also felt the sorrowful aura of the two azure dragons. In the end, after hesitating for a moment, he released the two little azure dragons, allowing them to swim uneasily in this extremely spacious area. The crack gradually expanded. In the incomparably deep depths, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence that was clamoring to devour everything. The crack grew bigger and bigger. Countless stars were sucked into the crack, helping it to grow. However, even if the new city around them was attracted by the huge crack, their position was still stable. Or it could be said that only the two little azure dragons, Chinyu and the dragon soul, were safe and sound. New cracks were still appearing in the surrounding time and space, and these new cracks would quickly grow into huge cracks in a short period of time. As more and more cracks appeared, the stars in the entire world gradually disappeared until it became nothing. All the cracks connected together, and the entire world was completely destroyed, turning into countless fragments. Before the entire world turned into fragments, the cracks kept devouring everything that could be devoured. However, after the entire world turned into countless fragments, the cracks stopped devouring. They even formed some kind of mysterious connection with these fragments. As if following some kind of rule, the fragments of different sizes gradually gathered together to form a floating island. The place where Chinyu and the dragon soul were standing was above a small fragment. Even if everything was so real, as if it was within reach, they were in two completely different time and space, and would not have any intersection. This should be some history from a long, long time ago. Legend has it that the ancient land of antiquity is a rather magical place. There are as many resources as the sea and as many treasures as the mountains. Even though there were many dangers, this land gave birth to countless great emperors. But I don't know why it suddenly disappeared without a trace. But no one can find a trace of it. Now it seemed that it had suffered a great disaster at that time. Although it was not completely destroyed, it had turned into fragments. The time and space were quite unstable, so of course, no one would find this place. If it were not for a small accident, no one would have discovered this place that was independent of time and space. Chapter 834. At some point in time, green sprouts began to grow on the lifeless fragments. At this point, the scene stopped completely. Then, it instantly rewound and returned to its original state. Qin, you still didn't understand what the ancient remote region was trying to express. Was it just knowing a part of the past? Then there was no need to let everyone know about the past. Since he knew some of the past and saw the scene, there should be something left behind. The dragon, Soul, also tried to touch the ordinary-looking little star. But there was no feedback, and the strange phenomenon did not appear a second time. There's no need to try. It should be a one-time thing. This is just a special little mechanism. If someone discovered it, they would see the scene they saw just now. The little star that disappeared from the crowd suddenly broke away and slowly floated in a direction. Although it seemed slow, it was extremely fast. There was no reference in this place, and everything seemed to be very slow and small. But, in fact, it might be very big. It might also be extremely fast. If it was outside, it should be so fast that it would be difficult to catch it with the naked eye. However, this place was too magical, and it produced all kinds of seemingly impossible scenes. After arriving at the place, they discovered this place turned out to be the most complete and largest fragment of the previous fragments. There was nothing special about it. It was just a few small stars gathered together and moving according to some unique method. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery began to slowly change. And in the center of those small stars, there were also some unfathomable changes that were taking place that no one could see clearly. A huge eye appeared. It was more than twice the size of all the stars in this world. The voice came from nowhere. It was neither male nor female, old nor young, and it was not in the prime of life. But this voice, which seemed to be extremely soft, kept echoing in the ancient remote region. You have passed my test. You are the only ones who have passed my test in this countless time. What do you want from me? As long as it is not excessive, I can satisfy all of it. It sounded very good. Just by passing the test, they could obtain countless benefits for free. The most recorded things about the ancient remote region were all kinds of rare treasures, countless resources, precious materials, and so on. Everyone's impression of the ancient remote region was that treasures were everywhere. If other people heard this, they would definitely be impatient to get what they needed. Perhaps it was some rare treasure in the world, or perhaps it was an extremely powerful weapon. Qin, you was different from everyone else in this world. He knew that if he wanted to obtain something, he would have to pay a price. What if I want to obtain this entire world, including you? From now on, you will listen to everything I say. You are not allowed to resist in the slightest. If I tell you to harm yourself, you will have to obey. How about it? The huge eyes stared fixedly at the tiny person in front of him whom he had never paid any attention to. There was clearly a huge difference in size between the two. Even their auras were completely different. However, Qin Yu was extremely calm and composed. Even when he made such a request, he did not panic. Those eyes seemed to have seen through everything, including all his plans. This request is too much. I've said it before. As long as it's not excessive, I'll satisfy all of your requests. Qin Yu didn't say anything. He took out the Chaos Dragon Spear. Do you want me to use my strength to break the lies you've carefully created? For example, all of this is fake. It's just an illusion that you've created with your remaining strength. I don't care what you are. Since I opened this entrance, it must be under my control." The huge eyes fell silent. The strange and ethereal voice no longer came from all directions. For a moment, the air seemed to have frozen. It was extremely quiet. In this strange space, there wasn't even a trace of wind. If one ignored the extremely shallow breathing, one would even think that this was just a painting that was too realistic. After 2 hours, the voice appeared again, but it was no longer as ethereal as it was at the beginning. Instead, one could clearly feel that the source of the voice was the location of the huge eyes. "I can satisfy your request. Your strength has indeed shocked me, and you are a smart person. But before that, I need you to do something. Otherwise, I will never acknowledge you. Even if you open the entrance, I can forcibly close the entrance and kick all of you outsiders out." It seemed to have compromised. The huge eyes took a step back and gave up a part of its request. Qin, you just shook his head. The dragon soul was ready to attack. "I think you've made a mistake. Now is not the time for you to give up. This world is now under my control, including you. You don't have any choice at all. Either you reveal everything, and perhaps you still have a chance of survival, or I can only destroy you first, and then slowly explore." Extremely powerful strength had already gathered on the Chaos Dragon Spear. As long as he wanted to, he could unleash it at any time. This huge eyes was just a guy who looked good but was useless. Its strength was even inferior to the Sky Palace. Suddenly, space and time trembled. Tiny cracks appeared, and an extremely powerful suction force came. This sharp suction force seemed to have a purpose. It was only directed at Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul was shocked and wanted to quickly take Qin Yu away from the range of the suction force. However, Qin Yu just waved his hand gently. "Don't worry, it's just an illusion." And the truth was, as such, it was merely an illusion. This was a power that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. It merely brushed past them. Even though the feeling it gave them was incredible, they didn't approach that massive crack. The huge eyes let loose a strange howl. Suddenly, countless powerful beings appeared. Furthermore, they were all powerful beings from Qin Yu's memories. Looking at the familiar faces, some of them were already dead. Some of them were still alive, but their whereabouts were unknown. Just like in his memories, these people unleashed one powerful attack after another. They gradually clashed in the air, fused together, and then exploded again. Countless powers that either reinforced or countered each other came crashing down at the same time. No one would be able to escape from such a powerful attack. However, Qin Yu noticed that Star Luo and Xian Tian Shenzhen were not among these people. Chapter 835. The strongest was only the Great Emperor. As expected, there are still restrictions. It must have taken you a lot of effort to create so many people. Since I can defeat these people once, I can defeat them a second time. The current him was already extremely powerful. There were very few opponents in the entire 10 Directions world. Even if one or two people who were strong enough to be his opponent occasionally appeared, it was not impossible to defeat them. If he could deal with these people once, he could naturally deal with them a second time. Azure Dragon battling the heavens. Qin Yu entered and exited the crowd 3 times. Each time, he would inevitably reap a few lives. These people would appear again soon. When they appeared again, their strength would become even stronger. But he still became braver as he killed. Until the end, it gradually became a little strenuous. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with an extremely excited red light. "All of you die. Blood-Sea Dragon might." The entire world seemed to have turned blood red. The Great Emperor died. Countless experts instantly turned into countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This was completely absorbing the experience of blood and blood, forcefully comprehending martial skills in battle. How is this possible? Your strength is only what you actually forcefully broke through during the battle, and now you have reached the Sky Palace. How is this possible? How can such a genius appear in the world? You are a monster, a human-shaped monster. A huge I roared that a person was a monster. If one ignored the danger contained in this scene, it would look quite funny. Qin Yu casually wiped away the few drops of blood that accidentally splashed on his face. Although he knew that this was just an illusion of nothingness, the breakthrough brought about by the battle was also real. If he didn't guess that all of this was just an illusion, he would definitely treat this as a real world. Because whether it was smell or touch, even the warm feeling of blood spilling on his face, it was all incomparably real. Even if he knew that all of this was just an illusion, he would still be in a trance for a moment, as if all of this was real. Between you and me, who is the monster? What other methods do you have? You shouldn't be able to take out a stronger person. The great emperor is already the strongest person you can create. There's no way to go any higher. Those who appeared again and again after their deaths were at their strongest. Although it was said that there were occasional enhancements, the enhancements were only in areas such as techniques. However, his strength could not be improved any further. The more Qin Yu fought, the more excited he became. In the end, he even increased his strength again. Currently, he had already achieved his goal of gathering 9 great emperors, even if he hadn't actually fought with them yet. However, he already had enough confidence that he could completely crush them when facing them. Those people would never be a match for him, and his strength had already reached the heavenly palace. From the early stage of the heavenly ethereal realm to the early stage of the heavenly palace realm, although it seemed like he had directly jumped a major realm, it might cause his foundation to be unstable. However, he was able to suddenly jump a major realm. This was a sign that his foundation was stable. The giant I still refused to believe that this was the truth, even though it had seen it with its own eyes. Could it be that he suffered a backlash? It's impossible for all of this to happen. Instead, it's as real as an illusion. The dragon soul curled its lips. Only this one-eyed monster would say something like that. Was it as real as an illusion? These words were somewhat contradictory, but to the giant eye, this was his understanding of illusions. Only illusions could be so real that they were perfect. The giant eye had mastered the pinnacle of illusions. The tip of the Chaos Dragon's spear started to gather power slowly again. After his strength had broken through another major realm, his strength had become even more powerful, almost multiplying. He felt an extremely powerful aura that was enough to completely destroy him. The giant eye chose to surrender without hesitation. In the end, he chose to submit. Otherwise, he would have no other choice. This will be the best choice you've made. I'm not interested in anything you have. I only want to improve my strength. The giant eye quickly turned the starry sky they were in into a grassland with soft sand and green leaves. On the grassland, there was a huge pile of resources that could improve one's strength. It was almost like a mountain. The huge amount of resources added together was enough to make a heavenly palace realm emperor. If it was another heavenly palace with the mountainous amount of resources, one could reach another peak realm. Moreover, it would allow him to become the strongest expert in the 10 Directions world. However, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul used it at the same time. The mountainous amount of resources disappeared quickly. It didn't take long for the huge amount of resources to disappear completely, and they had only broken through to the middle stage. Monsters, monsters, they really are monsters. And they're 2 monsters. Why didn't the two of you explode with such huge amount of resources? The more resources the giant eye took out, the more frightened he was. Logically speaking, if such a huge amount of power was absorbed by the same person, he would definitely explode and die because of too much power. Even the most powerful person couldn't bear such a huge impact of power at the same time. But the truth was right in front of him. Chinyu and the dragon's soul not only withstood the huge impact of power, but they were also like fish in water. Everyone knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough, but this saying seemed to have no effect on them. The resources that could be used to improve cultivation in the entire ancient nether region were not as abundant as the legends said, but they were still very huge. One after another, mountains of resources appeared. They disappeared again. Then the cycle repeated. Finally, after the last group of mountains of resources turned into a pile of powder, the giant, I really couldn't take out any more things. What he had left were some scrap metals that had no value in the eyes of Chinyu. Of course, each of these scrap metals was enough to shock the world, but there were no particularly valuable divine weapons among them. Since there was nothing particularly valuable, he didn't care about what he had. I'm a little curious. How did you create such a realistic illusion? The true appearance of the giant, I was actually a small beast the size of a palm. But the strange thing was that this palm-sized creature only had one eye, which happened to grow in the middle of the entire face and occupied 1/3 of the entire face. Its mouth and nose seemed to have degenerated and were almost too small to be seen. Illusions are actually some kind of power, and I was born with it. One Eye knew all the past of this world since he was born. Chapter 836. He was born on the largest piece of land, and other than him, there was only some useless grass left in this world. He usually ate grass for a living, and other than that, he wandered around aimlessly. His greatest interest in life was to change all the details, as if this world was still complete, and it was the most beautiful starry sky. My duty is to protect, but there have been some changes recently, and I feel that I can't protect it anymore. My main job is to stop some guys from the depths of the abyss from coming in and destroying the place where I live. But you also know that my strength is not very good, and I can only trap them with illusions. At most, I can only make them kill each other. There was no problem at first, until one day. That day was no different from usual, although there were still some guys that he hated climbing up from the dark place. But as long as he concentrated on controlling all of them, there was absolutely no way for them to come up. This time, they did not scatter, and the leader of them was holding a book. This book would spread a kind of black fog, enveloping them, and the illusions would no longer work on them. I really have no other way. Except for the illusions, I have no other means of attack, so I have to find someone to help me. Just when I was most distressed, I suddenly found an entrance that connected to the outside world. You know what happened after that? I didn't expect you to find the key as soon as you came in. Until now, no one else had realized that it was just an illusion. He even thought of all sorts of ways to search for treasures. Some stubbornly thought that they were unlucky. Some of them had always been on the path of searching for treasures. A small number of people had doubts about the illusion he had created, but they did not find any loopholes. One-Eyed asked, how did Chinyu find out that the illusion he had painstakingly created was not real? Actually, it's very simple. If you look carefully, you will naturally find the loopholes. The biggest loophole of your illusion is that it's too perfect, but it ignores the problem of these people's thinking, so they have doubts. It's just that you have designed all the senses too perfectly, so they haven't found any loopholes for the time being, but with the passage of time, they will definitely find it. He didn't know what those annoying guys from the Abyssal Chasm were. However, it should be different from humans. Otherwise, One-Eyed wouldn't have not learned from this experience, and lessen until now. Furthermore, there was a black fog. For some reason, he felt that she looked somewhat familiar. According to Qin Yu's suggestion, One Eye added some improvements. For example, it was possible for them to bump into each other. Another example was the design of some space nodes inside. If one happened to encounter these spatial nodes, they would arrive at a fragment of a continent that seemed to be real. At the same time, they would obtain a part of the historical scene. At that time, they would be completely convinced. Presumably, as time passed, they would only sink deeper and deeper into the abyss. That's good enough. Qin Yu was not stingy with his praise. Of course, a part of it was his doing. During this process, he had already grasped the rudiments of how to create illusions, especially when it came to setting up such realistic senses and details. Although he wasn't proficient in it, there wouldn't be any problems. Of course it's good. I put in a lot of effort. It's quite tiring. When Qin Yu frequently fought with others, he had already noticed some of the shortcomings of the mysterious feather heavenly formation. It didn't have enough lethality. For example, the reason why it could suppress several fake great emperors in one fell swoop previously, it was only because the dragon's soul had accelerated the flow of time. Otherwise, it could only suppress and not kill the enemy instantly. If he wanted to increase the lethality, he had to make some modifications. The illusions were part of it. He had already decided to integrate the heaven-battling god formation. If all of these characteristics were integrated, the power of the formation would reach a whole new level. All of this went extremely smoothly. Not long after, the new formation was completed. From then on, there would no longer be a mysterious feather heavenly formation in this world. There would only be the heaven-battling god formation. Does the agreement we made before still count? We agreed that you would help me do something. I can feel that those guys are coming again. Every time they come, they will destroy a few fragments. I don't know what they want to do. But if they continue to do this, I won't have a place to stay. Qin Yu told One Eye not to be anxious for the time being. Since it was not something that happened in a day or two, there was naturally no need to be anxious. Even if he was anxious now, it would not change the current situation. He came to an abyss. If he looked down from above, he would only see a deep and seemingly endless darkness. It was as if there was a bottomless abyss below, emitting a thick, ominous aura. According to One Eye, it was not like this at first. It emitted an ominous aura. Since the day he was born, this world had become much more stable. These huge cracks would not have any interaction with the fragments. The two were peaceful until those strange guys appeared. Then there was a change. Qin, you just so happened to have encountered this ominous aura not long ago. At that time, someone had summoned a pitch-black thick door. It seemed to be something from another world. If there were no accidents, the door should be connected to a place in the ninefold god realm. As for the ominous aura, it might be related to the so-called god of darkness. In the illusion, Luo Shan paced slowly on a relatively small fragment. Looking at the deep cracks around him, he did not know what to do. Where did the others go? I don't know where the great ancestor is. Maybe they are still in the same place as before. Luo Shan hesitated, not knowing if his guess was right or wrong. He had been here for a while, and there was no way to accurately distinguish time in this place. For those who were powerful, time was nothing to them. However, no matter how good Luo Shan's talent was, he had only reached the celestial venerable level in a short time. Moreover, in addition to the effects of all his talents now, he also had the advantage of being in the calamity realm for many years. Because he was already familiar with it, it was quite easy to break through. He insisted on following because he wanted to repay the favor. However, it was a pity that his strength was nothing in this place. Chapter 837. At that time, when he came in, many ancestors of the major forces had already entered, and at least the heavenly palace. Forces like them happened to be close, so they could let their juniors come and inquire. Moreover, they were also responsible for their own lives. No one knew what dangers there would be inside, so there were only a few people who were willing to come in. He also made up his mind to come. At the same time, there were also some people who knew Chinyu in various places. Because of various reasons, they stepped into the illusion. At the same time, several peak experts stepped in. These people, if Chinyu saw them, he would definitely recognize them. These were the few who attacked him back then. Now, it was the few people who received the challenge letter who were provoked in public. There was naturally no need to mention the anger in their hearts. Those who knew about this matter all treated them as a joke. Although no one dared to laugh at them openly, there were many who laughed at them in private. Someone has already broken through my illusion. Now I'm leading it into a new illusion. Wait a moment. Heavens, why did so many experts suddenly come in? 1, 2, 3, 15, 50, 60. My God, there are actually 18. One-Eyed quickly told Chinyu about this matter. Currently, they were grasshoppers on the same boat. Now that he had recognized Chinyu as his master, he could not betray him. If he betrayed him, he would not have a good ending. Chinyu knew that this was probably all the top experts in the entire 10 Directions world. This was also expected. With such a big commotion, those top experts would definitely be able to arrive in the shortest time possible. Even if there were some people who stayed in remote places, they naturally had all kinds of methods to arrive. As for coming in at the same time, that was also a kind of tacit understanding. But for the time being, he did not need to care about these people. Even if they saw through the illusion, so what? Knowing that this was an environment did not necessarily mean that they could break through the illusion. Set it up more perfectly. At present, they have already had doubts, so there is no need to make any authenticity. Let them meet occasionally and set up some huge rooms. Let them slowly find people floor by floor. These people only needed to be trapped temporarily. There was no need to kill them all, nor was there a need to release these people. One-Eyed obediently obeyed the order. Using this method indeed saved a lot of trouble. Moreover, those who were more powerful did not try to force their way through after entering the monotonous rooms. In case they didn't know where to look for her, One-Eyed had specially set up some clues for them, and he almost threw the clues directly in their faces. As long as they searched the houses one by one, they would find the others sooner or later. As for whether he could find it or not, it would depend on his luck. This was because the houses were densely packed, one after another, with floors after floors. Of course, it was impossible to find so many people in such a short period of time. Moreover, this house could, to a certain extent, isolate them from probing. In other words, other than searching house by house, they had no other way, unless he destroyed all of this. But in that case, there would be other dangers. Things had come to a happy end. No matter what, these people would definitely be delayed for a while. One-Eyed's heart was filled with admiration. This matter was resolved so easily. Originally, he didn't have any ideas or clues. Sure enough, the master was the master. He really didn't misjudge him. To be able to escape from the illusion in the first place, he really wasn't an ordinary person. He had completely forgotten how he called him a monster before. The speed of Chinyu's breakthrough shocked him. A group of dark creatures with 2 huge curved horns on top of their heads. Their whole body exuded a stench, and their eyes were completely blood red. Their skin was bluish gray, and there were many wrinkles. These wrinkles were piled up with layers of dirt. The source of the stench was none other than these. This kind of creature that climbed up from the abyss had no hair on its head, and not a single hair could be found on its whole body. Its 2 arms were extremely wide, but its palms were of normal size. Its legs were strong and powerful, and its feet were like palm leaf fans. When it walked, it couldn't even stand up. It bent down slightly, looking at everything with cruel and greedy eyes. Suddenly, the world spun. Everything in front of them didn't seem to have changed, but they had already entered the illusion. This kind of creature didn't seem to have high intelligence, but they were already very familiar with the feeling of the world spinning. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and whispered to each other. After a while, the strongest and tallest abyssal creature took out a book. He flipped through the blank pages, and suddenly a sinister black fog appeared. Within it, a vigorous figure was faintly discernible, and its scales were slightly reflecting light. The aura of the dragon clan. Chinyu immediately stood up and straightened his back. If it was really the dragon clan's bloodline, then he had the opportunity to break through to the great emperor realm. The abyssal creature was actually related to the dragon clan. He originally thought that it was related to the so-called god of darkness, but now it seemed that the god of darkness might be this evil dragon. A series of profound words came out from the abyssal creature's mouth. Every word was extremely cryptic. It seemed to imply some kind of rule. It made the listener feel dazed, and it was very easy to fall into a mysterious and profound state. This is the dragon language. It seems that there is indeed the dragon clan's bloodline causing trouble. I just don't know what kind of dragon it is. Just from these 2 incidents, it should be very powerful and even has a group of believers. The opponent this time is definitely not easy to deal with. The more Chinyu spoke, the more excited he became. The more difficult it was to deal with, the more powerful it was. When the time came, it could bring him more. Accompanied by the dragon language, an extremely dense black fog rose from the pages of the book. It enveloped all the abyssal creatures. Then, this huge black fog slowly moved. It even broke away from the influence of the illusion. It had always been walking on the most correct path. And wherever this black fog passed, all life was extinguished. The thick layer of grass on the ground turned into yellow sand that filled the sky. It didn't take long for the large fragment to become a land of death. There are many places like this. That's why I'm anxious. I can't let this continue. Otherwise, these guys will definitely destroy the land that I live in. Chinyu had already seen with his own eyes how cruel these guys from the abyss were. Wherever they passed, all life was extinguished. It was conceivable that if they were given enough time, the ancient remote region would completely become a land of death. Chapter 838. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary matter. However, there was something fishy about it. These creatures from the abyss were all powerful. Even the weakest among them was at the Sky Palace. Chinyu suddenly asked, "Do you know why they are doing this?" "I don't know why, but they won't stay for long. It seems like they want to drain all the vitality and turn the entire ancient remote region into a land of death. They all came from the deep crack, but they have to go to the forbidden area before returning. These fellows came very easily. They could come from all directions. As long as there was a black crack, they could appear at any time. However, it was not so easy to return. Anyone who wanted to return had to go to the forbidden area mentioned by One-Eyed. In that case, they were also bound to a certain extent. They could not come and go as they pleased. For the time being, Chinyu was not in a hurry to kill all of them. After these creatures of the abyss died, new ones would appear soon after. Since there was no other way, he would kill them all at once. In that case, it would be better to be patient for now. At the very least, the ancient remote region would not become a place of death until a year and a half had passed. Don't be in a hurry to chase all these guys out. At least we have to find out why they are doing this. Only then can we prevent the same thing from happening again. Although he was not in a hurry, he had to find out what was at stake. Only by catching the culprit could he completely prevent this from happening again. Especially since it was related to the dragon clan, Chinyu was quite interested. The dragon soul could not figure out what kind of realm the existence behind this had reached. If they added up all the clues they had, the dragon clan behind this should have surpassed the strength of everyone in the 10 Directions world. As for why they chose the ancient remote region and not other places, it should have a lot to do with the environment here. Even if they were powerful to a certain extent, they would be limited by the rules. This was unavoidable. The unique environment here provided excellent conditions for the dragon clan behind this, allowing them to come in and plunder recklessly. They must have thought that there was no other value in this place. However, Chinyu felt that there should be other reasons. The evil dragon's brutality should only be one of the reasons. Plundering the vitality could be to increase their strength and accumulate a strong foundation. It was also possible that he wanted to use this huge amount of vitality to do something else. He had already checked the grass growing on the ancient remote region world. It was not an ordinary thing, although it did not have any special effects. It was very, 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 very. The leaves were plump and thick and could be easily broken with a light force. A light green, fragrant juice would flow out. Although the grass did not have any special effects, it had one advantage. Its vitality was its vitality. Is translation translation. Is translation translation translation. Is translation translation is translation translation. Translation it translation 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 is translation 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 is translation 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 translation. That's strange. Why would an evil dragon collect large amounts of life force? The translation is that. The is level is his life. Translation is translation is translation. Is. However, all evil things always liked those that were darker, such as the flesh and blood of corpses, or negative emotions that were born under certain extreme circumstances. To them, vitality was something they did not like. If there was no special purpose, no evil creature that lived in the darkness for a long time would want to collect this kind of thing. Through One-Eye's unique eye, Chinyu saw the ancient remote region world's fragments that had been plundered and leveled up, leaving behind only some dust. When these fragments of various sizes were gathered together, they formed a vast world. Even if it was just a bit of grass, when all of this energy was gathered together, it was a power that could not be underestimated. Let's go, take me to the Forbidden Region. The so-called Forbidden Region was a massive abyss compared to other places. This place seemed to be more stable. There was no ominous aura seeping in either. However, it was wide enough. At least on the surface, it did not seem very different from other places. If it was just a bit wider, it would not be enough to be called a Forbidden Region. This place is a bit strange. Stairs will appear every once in a while, and there will be roars coming from below. But if you want to go down, you will be pushed aside. Only those who came out of the abyss can pass through here. But they seem to have to use some kind of method to get in. Chin, you merely listened quietly. However, he understood in his heart. With the Blue Dragon clan, as an example, it was not difficult to guess what had happened here. It was probably an extremely powerful person who used some kind of method or accident to tear the space apart. In the end, these deep abyss were left behind. However, the place where the Blue Dragon clan used to be had turned into a sea. Those cracks slowly disappeared during this process. However, the ancient remote region did not seem to have these abyss because of some kind of accident. It was more like it was connected to a certain place, so a passage was opened. So much so that after countless years, it was still on the verge of breaking. And this so-called realm should be a key place. The biggest secret of the entire ancient remote region must be hidden below. But there is no way to go down. There is always a powerful force above, preventing everyone from going down. Although I can go anywhere, this is the only place I can't go in. There is no way to break through these barriers. Chinyu did not take these things to heart. They could not break through, but it did not matter. There was a group of people who could help them. A passage was opened. One-Eyed was still confused, and it could be seen that he knew nothing about common sense. In addition to his excellent talent in illusions, there was nothing special about him, and his instinct to protect the ancient remote region. There was nothing in his mind. These common sense things were completely foreign to him. The dragon's soul had already thought of it. Although they could not go in, One-Eyed had said before that those abyssal creatures could only leave through here. Those who came out of the abyss must have a way to enter and exit the forbidden region. At the same time, in the illusion, the great emperor had basically found all the others and gathered them together. Chapter 839. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. All the great emperors had gathered. Thus, they joined hands and broke the illusion completely. No matter how intricate the illusion was, they could still break it if they tried to break it with their strength. Such a huge illusory realm was not something that any one of them could break through. He had to find all of them and work together. Only then would he have a chance to escape from the illusion. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Sect Master Tang, let me help you. Me too. A white-bearded old man in a white robe sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His fingers kept changing as he made different hand seals. He was speaking at an extremely fast speed. Everyone could only hear a buzzing sound. They could not hear what he was chanting. Heaven and earth returned to their positions. Break all spells. Open. Fine cracks began to appear on everything around him that looked extremely real. Just as the white-robed old man finished his last word, the illusion changed drastically. The entire illusion had undergone a great change, and before One-Eye could repair these cracks, the illusion had already been completely broken. Even the small illusion that enveloped the others was broken. After the illusion was broken, the white-bearded old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His spotless snow-white robe was stained with red plum blossoms. Sect Master Tang, are you okay? Eat this. I'll help you heal your injuries. The white-bearded old man shook his head. His injuries were not serious. However, he had to bear the backlash from the broken illusion. The illusion was very magical. Logically speaking, the person who cast the spell should be the one who suffered the backlash. However, the person who broke the formation was the one who suffered the backlash. He was so heavily injured because he was caught off guard. Thank you for your help this time. If it was just me alone, I would not have been able to break the illusion in such a short time. I thank you on behalf of everyone for your help. The group of great emperors looked at each other. They even politely pushed all the credit to Sect Master Tang. They were all people who had reached the highest level. No one would embarrass themselves. After all, it was obvious to all who had broken through the illusion. If Sect Master Tang did not help, even if they worked together, they might not have been able to break the formation so quickly. Moreover, Sect Master Tang was heavily injured because of this. No one would fight for this credit. Only 9 people in the crowd immediately started to pay attention to their surroundings. All of them had a sense of crisis in their hearts, and they came here with a different purpose than the others. Perhaps the others wanted to obtain all kinds of opportunities. However, they were more because of Chinyu. Rather than waiting, it was better to attack. That way, they might be able to take the initiative. At the moment, no one. But at the very least, no one was willing to die, and no one was willing to throw away everything they had. Especially now, with such a huge commotion, there was no one in the entire 10 Directions world who didn't know about them. Their faces had long been known by everyone. There was nowhere. Chinyu, who was being... And he was with the dragon, with dragon. Ever since the illusion disappeared, the huge black fog that shrouded these people had also disappeared. It seemed to be spiritual and could sense everything around it at all times. The black fog was there to break the illusion. Once the illusion disappeared completely, it would return to the book. Chinyu took a step forward. At this time, he had already stepped into a distance that was enough to alert the abyssal creatures. Simple and cryptic words came out of his mouth, one word at a time, incomparably clear. Who allowed you to come here? A few abyssal creatures gathered together and whispered. The tallest one among them stood up respectfully and knelt in front of Chinyu and the dragon with a plop. Her voice was also that of a dragon, but it sounded a little awkward. Her pronunciation was not pure. She probably did not learn it well. We are one of the countless collection teams under Dark Shinran. If we have offended you, please forgive us. The companions behind me are not qualified to learn the language of the Dark Dragon God. Back then, I risked my life to find a crystal. Since then, the Dark Dragon God specially let me learn the dragon language. Chinyu had a thought. If that was the case, these abyssal creatures should have their own place to live. How many people like you have learned the dragon language? Chinyu's voice sounded a little unhappy and seemed to be full of contempt. There was also some disdain hidden in it. Sure enough, after hearing this tone, the leader of the collection team bowed deeply and prostrated himself on the ground. He answered in the most sincere and respectful tone. There are not many people like me. Under the Dark Dragon God, there are less than 10 people who can receive such a favor. But the leader of the collection team was not very strong. If he could receive such favor, who knew how powerful the other people who had received the so-called favor would be? He originally thought, if they were really related to the ninefold divine realm, their strength would be extremely high. But now, it seemed that there was another question mark. Chinyu's tone was even more displeased. With your strength, you're really too weak. I don't know what kind of luck you had to learn the dragon language. This was a further step of probing. It was also a probe of the enemy. The leader of the collection team did not set up any defenses. He pushed out everything he knew on the board. That's a green crystal the size of a fingernail. Nearly half of it is faintly transparent. Having asked up to this point, Chinyu did not continue to ask. After all, anyone would become suspicious. If he asked too much, even the abyssal creatures, without much wisdom, would feel a little strange. After all, how could a big shot not know anything? He still had to ask people of low status like them. The dragon soul on the side knew that it was time for him to appear. He was not just standing there for decoration, but also a kind of deterrence. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the Dark Dragon God for a long time. It's been thousands of years now. I just happened to pass by. Why don't we go and take a look together? The dragon soul's dragon language was also the purest. It was far from what the so-called abyssal creatures could compare to. The people of the collection team over there heard this conversation and felt uneasy. They had only heard such a pure accent from the Dark Dragon God. Even the Dark Dragon God Guardians. No one could speak such a pure pronunciation. After all, everyone knew how obscure and difficult the language of the Dark Dragon God was, and there were countless mysteries in it. Every sentence could contain an extremely powerful force. Chapter 840. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a dragon god guardian who relied on the dragon language to master great power. Moreover, those who mastered the dragon language had quite a status. But even so, other than the dragon god, they had never heard such pure dragon language. It was as if the dragon god was right in front of them. The captain had no doubts about the conversation between the two, but he never thought that the two lords would mention him again. His strength is not bad. Why don't we let him lead the way? He hasn't walked for many years and is a little rusty. With his strength, it's too bad. He's not qualified. Chinyu refused without thinking. The dragon soul said from the side, to be able to learn the dragon language. He obviously has good potential. All right then. After that, they returned to the forbidden area, and there were many people gathered around. Dozens of people suddenly appeared in the originally empty place, and a little further away, there were more than 100 people. The fundamental reason was because some layers of transparent stairs had appeared in the forbidden area, like a dream spreading deep into the forbidden area. Roars could be heard from below. Then there was a fierce collision, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking, but not a single fragment shook, as if these were just illusions. However, the people in the collection team were a little anxious when they heard the noise. In a language that Chinyu and the dragon soul did not understand, they got together and spoke anxiously for a while. In the end, the captain gave the answer. Of course, he used the dragon language. There are many souls in the Holy Land. That's something that already exists in this world. These guys have brought us a lot of trouble, but the dragon god said that this is actually a test that he deliberately left behind. Only those who can safely enter and exit from the countless souls are qualified to join the collection team. When he said this, the leader of the collection team did not have the slightest fear. He even felt very honored. However, Chinyu discovered another secret of the forbidden area. One-Eyed said that it was a forbidden area, and he could not get close no matter what. However, for these abyssal creatures, it was a holy land. As for the so-called test, he definitely couldn't fully believe it. It seemed that there was no way to solve it, so he casually found some excuses. As for the countless souls below, apart from the souls of those who had died before the destruction of the ancient remote region, there was nothing else. However, he didn't know how many souls were left behind. According to ancient records, the ancient nether domain was once prosperous. It gathered all the treasures and resources in the world. Almost every day, there would be people searching for opportunities and breaking through. In other words, there might be countless extremely powerful existences inside. Even the soul of a great emperor could remain intact in this place. Chinyu and the dragon soul looked at each other. It seemed that the so-called black dragon god was not omniscient and omnipotent. Otherwise, he might be able to solve these problems. Judging from the information he had received before, the black dragon god cared a lot about these collected things. It didn't matter if it was vitality or if it wanted to collect something else. Clearly, only by getting rid of these countless souls would he be able to increase his speed. Only then could he truly increase his efficiency. But these countless souls still existed, and the black dragon god could only rely on that place. As an entrance, there could be countless exits, but there was only one entrance. It is indeed very troublesome. Is there no way to solve it once and for all? Those fellows are all gathered together over there. The leader of the gathering team suddenly knelt down in the void. There was nothing there, just a huge abyss. This is the will of the dragon god, and it is also the test of the dragon god for us. I will always believe in the dragon god and dedicate everything I have. Every difficulty in this world is a test given to us by the dragon god. And all we have to do is to dedicate everything we have and peacefully get through the difficulties. This time, things were really a bit tricky. Although these abyssal creatures were not very smart, unexpectedly, their faith was very devout. It was faith, although it looked more like some kind of belief. It was as if everything else in the minds of these guys had been erased. It also injected them with the thoughts of the only supreme god, the black dragon god. Often, guys like this were the most difficult to deal with because it was impossible to get anything from them. They could abandon everything for the so-called dragon god, for the so-called belief, and be fearless. Let's take one step at a time. The black dragon god must have a purpose for doing all this. To find a group of the most loyal subordinates for himself, or a tool that will never have to worry about betrayal. This shouldn't be his ultimate goal. Qin Yu's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void. Through the incomparably deep darkness, he saw balls of light hidden under the darkness. Clumps of grayish mist were the souls of countless living beings. At this time, there were already circles of people around the forbidden area, and those who were closest were the most powerful. But even with their hands, there was no way to break the barrier. Whether it was using brute force or finding a way to break it, it was useless. The voices inside gradually subsided. The stairs that were completely built by the mysterious power also slowly dissipated. It was as calm as before, but the same thing. No one could go in to find out. It was even impossible to get close. That was because that force was simply too powerful. It was so stubborn that everyone was helpless. The captain suddenly took out the book again. He silently turned to the page that could summon the black fog. There seemed to be an endless amount of black fog hidden in that small picture. After being summoned, it suddenly descended and enveloped all of them. However, it suffered a setback on the side of Qin Yu and the dragon soul. No matter what, the black fog couldn't get close to the two of them. It was only because the aura was too strong that if it got close, the black fog would be damaged. A blank area appeared in the thick darkness. It was quite conspicuous. So far, the captain of the collection team still didn't doubt it. Instead, he was full of amazement. He carefully probed and asked them to withdraw part of the power in their bodies. Qin Yu slowly withdrew the power that was leaking out of his body bit by bit. Compared to releasing the power in his body, it was more difficult to withdraw it bit by bit. In the end, the leaked power was very little and only a thin layer was attached to his body. It was like a thin layer of gauze. To be able to do this, one's control of power had to be at the peak of perfection. The dragon's soul quickly learned from Qin Yu and slowly withdrew the power that was leaking out of its body. But it couldn't do it so meticulously. The layer of power that was attached to his body was as thin as a piece of cloth, as if he was wearing another piece of clothing. Chapter 841. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Black fog descended and shrouded. The thick black fog isolated everyone from the outside world, but in the next moment, everyone was enveloped by it, and it became transparent. The dragon's soul almost lost control of the power in its body. It tried to disperse the black fog. Qin Yu, however, stops his hand and lightly shakes his head. It was not the time yet. Moreover, he could feel that the black fog shrouding them did not have any malicious intent. Although it was still emitting a thick, ominous aura, they still needed to use the collection pair to enter the abyss and see the situation first. If they made a move now, they would expose their identity. Furthermore, everything they had done before would have been for naught. The dragon's soul forcibly retracted the power it was about to unleash. Its face became quite ugly. In Qin Yu's sight, the black fog began to become transparent, and finally it was as if it did not exist at all. No wonder the abyss creatures could move freely when they were shrouded by the black fog, because this thick black substance would block the vision of the people outside. But for the people inside, it was as if it did not exist at all. A cloud of black fog descended from the sky, and of course, it attracted everyone's attention. What is this? This aura. It's extremely ominous. This aura is somewhat similar to the aura in the cracks before. They should be of the same origin. Of course, they were of the same origin. Standing in this thick black fog, not only was their vision not obstructed, even their hearing was amplified. Every small conversation of these people would be transmitted to their ears. The abyss creatures' expressions did not change. Obviously, they were already used to it. Suddenly, under Qin Yu's attentive gaze, he took out a circular title plate that was emitting a black mist. There was a big token written on it. The other side was blocked. It was impossible to see what it was. The captain muttered to himself. After he finished speaking, he suddenly threw the token in his hand into the air. The wisps of black fog on the token suddenly turned into a piece. As soon as these wisps of fog came into contact with the invisible barrier above the abyss, there was a crackling sound. It was as if there was an intense collision. The abyss creatures skillfully arranged themselves according to a unique pattern. Each of them stood in their own position, at a rate visible to the naked eye. The invisible barrier was slowly opening. The people standing in the black fog could clearly see that a huge hole had been melted into the translucent barrier, and this huge hole was slowly expanding, becoming wider and wider. Roars and cries of shock and anger rang out incessantly. Standing in the black fog, everything was no longer an obstacle. What the naked eye could see was the most real thing. Countless specks of light turned into blurry shadows. Some were in human form, while others were in the form of various beasts. There were even tree shapes. However, such existences were extremely rare. Amidst the overwhelming number of soul shadows, there were only one or two extremely special cases. However, it was clear that these soul shadows had all lost their rationality. Their faces were either ferocious or greedy, or excited or smiling. Perhaps they were filled with hatred, or perhaps they were mad. None of them were peaceful. Moreover, all of them had lost their rationality. Not a single one of them was clear-headed. If I can absorb all of them into the heaven-suppressing battle god formation, its power will definitely increase greatly. Currently, the suppression of the soul power within the array formation. They all came from the innocent lives that profound Feather Emperor had taken in the past. These souls were all absolutely clear-headed. However, their actions were uncontrollable. Their every move was restricted by the array formation. Qin Yu had already promised them that when he became more upright, he would release all of these living souls. After all, they still retained their rationality. If tens of thousands of living souls that retained their rationality were all used as tools, it would be too cruel. There were even some whose bodies were still alive. However, their souls were restrained. What was the difference between this and harming human lives? However, if all of these souls were released, the power of this array formation would decrease. It would even become extremely weak. It would no longer have any power to speak of. But now, he seemed to have found countless substitutes. If these tens of thousands of souls that had completely lost their rationality were all absorbed into the array formation, even if all of these living souls were released, the power of the array formation would only increase and not decrease. At this moment, the collection of the souls had been completed. Although the people outside could not see through the black fog and see the true source, however, they could still sense the changes through personal experience. Moreover, those fluctuations were so obvious. It was impossible for them to escape the detection of a great emperor's cultivation. That transparent barrier has disappeared. Was it caused by the sudden appearance of the black fog just now? What the hell is in there? I seem to have heard some noise again. It's soul power. There is an endless amount of soul power hidden in there. It's as big as the ocean. I haven't touched the edge yet. Who can help me explore it? Among these people, all of them were top-notch experts. Their vision was not something that ordinary people could compare to. It didn't take long for someone to recognize the soul power. However, they still couldn't see the countless clawless souls. These people were in the middle of arguing and didn't notice that the black fog had moved again. It had already entered the forbidden area before them. One-Eyed had been hiding in the dark and hadn't appeared. Apart from the forbidden area, he could see everything that was happening in the entire ancient lagoon region. Of course, he also knew that Chinyu and the dragon soul had entered the realm with the abyssal creatures. However, he had no intention of showing himself from beginning to end. If he had to submit to someone, he would still be a little unwilling. At this time, he was extremely conflicted. On one hand, he wanted Chinyu to solve these problems. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about the ancient lagoon region becoming a land of death. That way, it would eventually cease to exist. However, on the other hand, he didn't want Chinyu to solve everything unscathed. Otherwise, he would no longer have any room to resist and could only become a pet in the hands of others. Submitting meant giving up everything. Even his life would no longer belong to him. At the critical moment, he would even have to bear everything for his master. Although One-Eyed didn't have much common sense, he knew that it would limit him in every way. He wouldn't even have a little bit of self-awareness. He would do whatever his master told him to do. He would no longer have any dignity and could only become a puppet in the hands of others. However, he didn't want to leave the ancient lagoon region. Therefore, he was very conflicted. It was because of this conflict that he didn't immediately stop Chinyu and the dragon soul. He wasn't sure what was in the forbidden area, but it definitely wasn't just a group of harmless souls. Chapter 842. Countless shrill screams exploded in their ears at the same time. The surroundings were pitch black, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. There were only some faint lights in the distance. It was as if they were in a desperate situation and couldn't extricate themselves. In the darkness, there was a weak light that lit up the surrounding open space. Faint blue sparks danced nonstop. It lit up a small area and made the surrounding souls even more ferocious and terrifying. No one present showed the slightest bit of panic. Their breathing was steady, and they were obviously not affected at all. He was holding a faint blue light. Walking in the incomparably dark abyss, they couldn't step on the ground and couldn't see the sky above. Everywhere was the same, as if there was only darkness everywhere. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, after walking forward for a short while, he stepped onto a seemingly wide road. They were stepping on solid ground. On both sides of the road, there were flowers and plants that emitted a faint blue light. They didn't have any other use and could only emit a faint phosphorescence in the dark night. However, there was light everywhere. One step, and the world changed. It seems that the dark Shinran has extraordinary means. Chinyu said meaningfully. As they walked forward, they encountered something that looked like a city gate. On both sides were ferocious and terrifying abyssal creatures that didn't look like humans. Many of the gathering teams entered the city in an orderly manner. However, it was clear that their team was different. The captain's identity was slightly special. He knew Draconic. Just because of this, his status had soared. As long as they didn't know Draconic, they would more or less give him some face because he could communicate with the dragon god and understand the language of the dragon god. These two are friends of the dragon god. You must not offend them. Listen to my advice. You mean strength? What can that be used for? Real powerhouses like to hide their strength. This is called keeping a low profile. The Draconic that these two lords speak is exactly the same as the Shenron's accent. The dragon god is above. You should have let us in long ago, but I think the dragon god will still protect you. Although Qin Yu and the dragon soul didn't understand what they were saying, they could guess a thing or two from their expressions. After all, the difference in appearance was there. Anyone who was slightly vigilant would not let them in so easily. However, it was clear that this was not a problem. In the end, they still swaggered into the city. The inside looked more prosperous, although the sky was always dark. But here and there were different kinds of sparks for illumination. It wasn't as if there weren't any hawkers on the streets. However, the things they sold were rather strange. The dragon's soul curiously leaned over to take a look, but who knew that it would only see a few bones? There were still pieces of bloody flesh on it. There were also people who used all kinds of glowing stones to swindle people. There was no order here at all, but it was not messy at all. Everyone was doing their own things in an orderly manner. Even if they were cheating, they still had their own rules. No matter what they were doing, they all had one thing in common. That was to believe in the Lord Dragon God. The prestige of the Black Dragon God here reached its highest point. Perhaps faith was indeed useful. However, that also depended on where it was used. If it was used to strengthen oneself, then it would be a drop in the bucket. It was just like how the Black Dragon God wanted to collect power similar to life force. His crazy act of collecting faith was also unfathomable because it could not be used for oneself at all, and it would even take a lot of effort. It would all be wasted. Could it be that he wants to become a true god? I heard that if you want to become a true god, you either have to go against the heavens or even suppress the heavens, or you have to follow the heavens and make yourself a part of the rules, and you have to use faith. The dragon soul could only guess at the big picture. However, there was still one point that was unclear. Why did the Black Dragon God want to collect power similar to life force? If faith was used to build a few bodies, then what about this life force? It could not be fused with the evil dragon at all. Qin Yu looked at the tallest building in the city. Perhaps he wants to save someone. However, judging from the fact that it had never stopped moving, it could be seen that it had never stopped moving. If the Black Dragon God really wanted to use this huge amount of life force to save someone, the effect would definitely not be good. Otherwise, there was no need to keep accumulating it like this. According to the information they had so far, the Black Dragon God had been doing this for at least 10 years. Moreover, it was not only the ancient remote region that was invaded. They did not know how many places had a part of their life force faintly devoured. It could be seen from the previous act of summoning the Black Gate. If Qin Yu had not been there to control the situation, such a thing would have happened. That Black Gate would have devoured and plundered all the life force within 100 miles. Otherwise, it would definitely not have let it go so easily. Even all the abyssal creatures in this city should have been stored like this, as an existence that could be collected and squeezed at any time. Look at what they were saying. They were willing to give up everything they had. Everyone was like this. Everything they had, including their possessions and lives. The tallest building in the entire city was a lobby. It looked extremely empty, but it was densely covered with all kinds of cloth. They were colorful and flowery, but all of them had been washed clean. And in the middle, a huge shadow of the dragon god stood. That pair of eyes seemed to be real, and they could be seen through the endless void, staring at you. Qin Yu suddenly felt as if he had been targeted by something, and for the current him, it was an extremely terrifying existence. But on second thought, the extremely terrifying pressure disappeared, without a trace. Want to use pressure to intimidate all the people who came here. Perhaps if it were someone else, they would have been suppressed by this pressure, but unfortunately, I am not. Chinyu thought for a while, but still did not find a piece of cloth to sit on, even if they were washed clean one by one. But when he thought about the appearance of those abyssal creatures, he was unwilling to touch these things again. It was just a statue, and the workmanship was relatively rough. At this time, the statue was empty, without the slightest fluctuation. This proved that the owner of the statue was still not here. When the owner of the statue returned, it should be when all the pieces of cloth were occupied. One could imagine what kind of grand scene it would be. The densely packed people, with the most devout attitude, respectfully welcomed the arrival of the legendary dragon god. Just thinking about it seemed to be enough to make one's blood boil. Chinyu looked at the statue and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Chapter 843. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, that's Chinyu, along with a loud bang. The huge dragon god statue suddenly shattered. Huge rocks fell to the ground one after another. The dragon god's eyes were still full of majesty, but it had shattered into countless pieces. What happened? Lord Dragon God shattered. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Lord Dragon God? Oh my God, Lord Dragon God actually shattered. To be more precise, the statue of the dragon god was shattered. But this statue often had all kinds of miracles. So many people regarded this statue as the dragon god himself. When the dragon god was here, no matter what kind of impact it received, there would not be a trace of it left behind. It would always be the same as when they first saw it. And now, the indestructible statue in their hearts suddenly shattered into pieces all over the ground. Everyone panicked. In this underground abyss city, all the abyssal creatures panicked. Was the dragon god finally going to abandon them? Chinyu and the dragon soul came and left quietly. In a short period of time, these abyssal creatures would not think of them at all. By the time they realized it, it would be too late. Everything would be too late. The statue had been destroyed, and they would leave. I don't know if this statue can still descend into this city and dominate everything if it shatters. Chinyu left the city with the dragon soul. He had already memorized every detail on the way, and now it was not difficult to return the way he came. In a certain void, a pair of huge pupils gradually emerged in the darkness. All of a sudden, the chaos in Abyss City was reflected in the huge pupil. The black dragon god unwillingly let out a roar full of anger. But no matter what, he had no way to descend into Abyss City again. He did not know how long it would take for the abyssal creatures to react and build a suitable statue for him again. Everything that happened just now gradually emerged in the pupils, until he noticed who destroyed the statue. Unfamiliar ant, I will never let you go. It seemed that the void was also affected by this angry power. It kept trembling. A series of pitch-black cracks slowly appeared. The entire space began to tremble and shatter, but it gradually recovered under a mysterious and powerful force. It was a cycle that went back and forth, passing through a pitch-black road. Countless soul shadows appeared once again. However, compared to their previous frenzy, they seemed much calmer. All of them floated quietly, their eyes dull and lifeless. However, it was still rather shocking to see so many soul shadows gathered together. Heaven-suppressing battle god formation. A huge array formation with unparalleled pressure appeared in the sky above the soul shadow. All marriages were suppressed. Under Chinyu's control, a powerful suction force emerged from the array, devouring all the soul power within a radius of 50 kilometers. The huge array formation totem continued to grow, and the faintly discernible traces of the array formation became even more conspicuous. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful force erupted from the center of the formation. Mountains and rivers shattered, and the void trembled. Even the people at the periphery of the realm felt this extremely powerful impact, and they were instantly shocked. What the hell is down there? This powerful force actually made me feel fear, as if it could take my life in the blink of an eye. It seems that the space below might be connected to another space, and not the 10 Directions world. Which expert is it? Do you think it's possible that the person who released such a powerful force is one of the people who came in at the same time as us? The last sentence was laughed off by everyone. How is that possible? If there really was such an expert, who could it be? All the powerful people in the 10 Directions world were now gathered in one place. None of them were left out. If there was an expert who went in when they weren't paying attention, they would definitely be discovered. Then they would definitely discover it. After all, in the 10 Directions world, there wasn't a single one that they didn't know. The 9 great emperors' hearts were beating rapidly. A strong sense of uneasiness gradually spread. There was definitely someone who was extremely powerful, and he wasn't in this group of top experts. His identity, origin, and whereabouts were all a mystery. No one knew what kind of realm his strength had reached, and that person was Chinyu. Look, isn't that Chinyu? Why is he here? Whether it was the layers of incomparably realistic illusions, the sudden movements in this forbidden area, the ocean-like soul power, or the mysterious black fog. Everything was so sudden, and it seemed to contain a huge secret. Therefore, almost everyone forgot about the main character this time. But since they were here, they had understood the relevant matters. Of course, they had also seen Chinyu's portrait that had been completely spread everywhere. At this moment, when the real person appeared, he was recognized almost instantly. That face was incomparably clear. When he walked over step by step, everyone couldn't help but cast their gazes and stare at him attentively. Everyone was looking at him. Chinyu's expression still didn't change. Step by step, he walked in front of everyone. Someone noticed that he appeared from the forbidden area, and currently, because of the danger inside, no one dared to go down. If they wanted to go down, they would more or less be injured. But now, Chinyu suddenly walked out from inside. He didn't seem to be injured at all. In fact, he was 100 times more energetic than all of them. Today is the day of the 1-month deadline. I'm here to fulfill my promise. I don't know if you have the courage. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, one after another. The Heavenly Palace realm. In just a month, he had reached the Heavenly Palace realm from the early stage of the Heavenly Virtual Realm. Which genius in the world could improve his strength to such a level in a short period of time? Originally, they guessed that the extremely powerful force from before might have come from him. At this moment, they completely dispelled their thoughts. In a short period of time, he had suddenly broken through a full realm. From their point of view, that was naturally an impossible thing. Therefore, everyone concluded that he must have swallowed the forbidden medicine to be able to break through a realm in a short period of time. Everyone knew that although swallowing the forbidden medicine could improve one's strength in a short period of time, the side effects were also extremely powerful after improving one's strength in a short period of time. But it was in exchange for his own potential being ruthlessly squeezed out. Moreover, using such a method to forcefully improve one's strength should be inferior to one's true realm. Chapter 844. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Moreover, even after forcefully leveling up, Chinyu was only in the Heavenly Palace realm. Everyone present was at least in the Heavenly Palace realm. Therefore, he didn't seem to be in much danger. One of them happened to be the patriarch of the heaven-merging trading firm. When he saw Qin Yu, his thoughts started to run wild. Was it a senior immortal who attacked just now? This is the depths of the abyss. Does it lead to another space? Perhaps it has something to do with the ninefold godly realm. Although it was just a guess, he was almost 80% sure. Perhaps only someone in the ninefold godly realm could have such powerful strength. Unfortunately, he still guessed wrong. That extremely powerful energy did not come from anyone else. It came from none other than Qin Yu. However, there was still a price to pay for guessing wrong. The 9 great emperors didn't dare to reject Qin Yu in front of everyone. They could only look at each other and shamelessly attack him together. Other than that, they had prepared many other methods. However, none of them were suitable for the current situation. There were many people present who were in the same realm as them. If they used any tricks, they would be easily discovered. No one would do such a thing unless they were in a desperate situation. It was inevitable that they would attack together. Otherwise, all of them might lose their reputation. However, the other great emperors were dumbfounded. They had just judged that Qin Yu's strength might be weak when the 9 of them joined hands to attack him. They shamelessly attacked a junior who had just reached the heavenly palace realm. They might even have used up their potential to reach the heavenly palace realm. What kind of hatred did they have for them to attack together? Moreover, they were so shameless and shameless. Those who were familiar with them would try to persuade them. Even if there is a deep hatred, they can't be so ugly. You and I are great emperors, and he is only in the heavenly palace realm. How can we attack together? It's against the rules. No matter what, since we are great emperors, we should have the bearing of a great emperor. The few of them couldn't say anything. If they talked about their past, not many people would believe them. If they didn't, they would be saying that they were despicable people. Therefore, there was no way he could open his mouth. He could only swallow this loss silently. For a moment, the hatred in his heart grew. Until now, nothing had been revealed. They were still able to retain some face, but they had already been labeled as shameless by the public. One could imagine. What would they do if things developed further? At that time, it wouldn't be just a little bit of disdain. The wealth that he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years would all go up in smoke. Outsiders have no way of knowing what happened between us. In short, once this matter is settled, I will give everyone an explanation. We're respecting our opponents, so we decided to attack together. Otherwise, wouldn't it be even more unfair to fight one after another? These words sounded reasonable at first, but if one thought about it carefully, they would have a different meaning. Their strength was already very strong. If they joined forces, it would be bullying. Of course, it wasn't good to take turns to fight, but there wasn't much time left. Wouldn't it be better if they came one by one and left enough time to rest in between? Unlike now, they were charging forward in a frenzy, completely not wanting to give the other party a way out. Everyone present was quite clear about this. Some of the people who thought they were smart remained silent. This matter was beyond their control. The great emperors didn't know what to say. Speaking of which, this was their own matter. Even if they were shameless, they couldn't offend several experienced great emperors in public. Only those who were familiar with Qin Yu couldn't help but worry. Qin Yu had already expected this. The more exquisite the dance, the more powerful these people felt. Of course, they wouldn't easily care about the life and death of others. Watching from the sidelines was a choice that all of them would make. It was also the most common and wise choice. Since you've already decided, then come at me together. Let me see your strength. Are you stronger than 10 days ago? Only a few of the people involved knew what had happened 10 days ago. they attacked at the same time, and even used such a despicable method like an ambush. However, in the end, there was still no effect. They even let him slip away under their noses. At that time, they almost dug 3 feet into the ground, but in the end, they still couldn't find him. In the end, they had to follow the crowd to see Chinyu again. Ever since they attacked at the same time, the location that was reported every hour disappeared. It was only then that they realized that the previous positioning was just to lure them into action. All of them had been toyed with from head to toe. However, even if they had countless grievances in their hearts, they had no one to complain to. After all, who would believe them? One of the 9 great emperors waved his hand and set up a boundary that isolated all sound. Don't be arrogant here. So what if your strength is close now? The few of us attacked at the same time. You can't be arrogant here. Chinyu, it's no longer your era. Chinyu looked at their righteous faces and couldn't help but laugh out loud. All of them were sanctimonious hypocrites. He wouldn't mention all the dirty things that they did in private. If he casually brought out 1 or 2, it would be enough to make people sick. However, he just wanted to fight fair and square. He wanted to use these people to train himself. If not, it would be easy to destroy their reputation and everything that they had worked for so many years, because they had done too many things over the years. All of them were good at finding faults. As long as they pulled out a small thread, they could pull out a lot of things. I don't need to give examples to explain those things. I also have no intention of completely exposing your true colors. If you want to shut my mouth, then show me your strength. Only by defeating me can I keep you safe and sound for the time being and still live your lives freely and happily. Chinyu expected them to show their full strength. If they didn't show their full strength, then how could he improve again in battle? Although he had already beaten all of these people in the illusion created by the graduate school for him. Everyone was killed by him over and over again, but there was still a difference between a real person and an illusion. No matter how realistic the illusion was, it couldn't accurately simulate everyone's every move. For example, the previous illusion didn't completely replicate the sanctimonious appearance of these people. There was a translucent cover between them. Chapter 845. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The people outside couldn't hear what was said inside. They could only see their facial expressions. They could roughly judge the situation between them. Other than that, they couldn't do anything else. Some people were watching, while some hoped that Chinyu would win. However, most of the people were the former, and the latter was rare. I know Floating Light's character very well. Not only is he extremely powerful, but most importantly, his heart is extremely pure and kind. I've heard that Luan Emperor's strength has already reached the peak, but I don't know why he hasn't gone to the higher realm of the gods. Hey, look, aren't these people much stronger than they were a few decades ago? Looks like they haven't been slacking. Although their strength has already reached the peak, they are still working very hard. However, it wasn't as easy as it was outside. Almost everyone thought that the few powerful people would definitely win if they worked together. However, in reality, they were facing a lot of pressure. Even though they didn't have any intention of retreating, they even looked like they had the upper hand. However, the people involved were very clear. They had already unleashed their strength to the extreme. Chinyu, on the other hand, seemed to be at ease from the beginning to the end. Moreover, he focused on dodging. He didn't unleash his strongest strength from the beginning to the end. In other words, he didn't even fight back. However, even if he didn't fight back, they had already unleashed their strongest strength, and it was ineffective. This was what shocked them the most, and also what they couldn't accept. It's only been 10 days. It's only been 10 days. You are indeed a monster. If we don't get rid of you, we won't have peace from now on. Do you still remember what we practiced before? The few of them suddenly landed in different positions. 9 people. 9 people. A completely different light appeared on each of them. Dazzling golden light, gloomy green, clear azure blue, scorching fiery red, and honest deep brown. Other than the most basic 5 elements in this world, the others also tried their best to unleash their strongest strength. Wind blades appeared in other directions as well. Lightning, white light. It was even a deep darkness. The 9 basic elements in this world were all gathered. A thin layer of soundproof barrier couldn't withstand the impact of the power at all. It shattered soundlessly, emitting a crisp sound. Along with this layer of translucent enchantment that blocked out all sound, it disappeared. The rumbling sound caused everyone to take a few steps back. There were even people who couldn't bear to look at such a powerful attack. No one present was able to stop him. Moreover, the target of such a powerful attack was not an extremely powerful great emperor. He was in the Heaven Palace realm. No one thought that he had any chance of survival. All the light gathered to form a huge array, and then countless powers fused together. A power that could shake the heavens appeared out of nowhere. He rushed toward Chinyu with an unstoppable momentum. Everyone closed their eyes. However, the expected loud buzzing sound did not appear. The necessary time passed. A long time passed in the time it took to turn around. However, there was still no sound. This continued until someone was the first to open their eyes. However, they saw an inconceivable scene. He's not dead. Not only was he not dead, he was also completely fine. He seemed to be brimming with energy, as if he had not been affected in the slightest. Nothing has happened to Chinyu. Instead, those several people have been drained of all their energy. Their complexions are pale. In the sky, there was a faintly discernible gray light. They formed a huge, profound diagram. It flickered with a faint light. Just now, it was this array formation that looked extremely fragile. It blocked their combined attacks. Such a powerful force hit the political and legal system, but it did not even stir up the slightest ripple. In fact, the array was not completely undamaged after blocking such a powerful attack. However, it had swallowed too much soul power before, so there was only excess. The moment it was damaged, it was replenished in the blink of an eye. Therefore, it looked like it did not suffer any damage at all, and it easily blocked such a powerful attack. However, no matter what it was that allowed it to survive unscathed, it was enough to shock everyone and make them tongue-tied. Chinyu walked in front of them step by step. The array that was originally lying in the sky also merged into the ground with lightning speed. Puff, cough, cough. They were more or less severely injured again. When the array merged into the ground, everyone standing within the range of the array felt the powerful pressure. It was as if an immortal had descended. Even the great emperor could not resist under the powerful suppression. Except for Chinyu's dragon soul, no one could stand. The other great emperors were just standing not far away and watching the show calmly. However, after the powerful suppression spread over, they could not hold back their expressions. They could not help but want to retreat, but it was already too late. One by one, they were suppressed on the ground in a sorry state. They could not move no matter how hard they tried. Instead, they made themselves look miserable. The truly smart people had long given up struggling. They chose to sit on the ground without moving. At least they did not look so miserable. And those who were still struggling were all in a sorry state. They were a joke for no reason. I'm sorry to have affected you guys. However, I just increased the power of this array, so I couldn't control it. I can't take back all the power in a short time, so I'll have to trouble you guys a little more. If I offended you, don't take it to heart. The dozen or so great emperors who were suppressed could not say a word. Even if their hearts were hurting, they were so angry that their bodies were trembling. However, they could not say a word of no. At the moment, they needed to be wary of Qin Yu. And he did have the strength to be arrogant. He had the capital to be confident. What could they do? They could only sigh helplessly. They still underestimated him. They could only blame themselves for not being able to dodge in time. Later on, all the great emperors who were affected outside, all of them learned to be smart. They sat on the ground without moving and guarded their own territory. At least they did not look as miserable as they did at the beginning. However, in the process of being suppressed, it was already very difficult for them to even move a finger. It was even more difficult to strike a pose, not to mention tidying up and cleaning up the messy marks on their bodies. Therefore, even if he regretted it now, there was no way he could clean up after himself. Qin Yu then turned his gaze to his several enemies. For a moment just now, he did feel the power that could almost destroy him. Chapter 846. It had to be said that in order to defeat him, these people had put in a lot of effort and thought of all sorts of methods. Unfortunately, they still failed in the end. All of their plans were ruined. The 9 of them were still unwilling to give up and continued to struggle. Moreover, all of them were extremely powerful. They really succeeded in resisting, but all they could do was move their arms and legs. Other than that, they couldn't do anything else. Emperor Floating Light used all of his strength to raise one of his arms. However, there was a cracking sound. His arm fell limply to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't use any strength. It was obviously fractured. You overestimate yourself. Now, I'll remind you one last time. Don't move, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The dragon soul rubbed its fists and was eager to fight. It walked over step by step. It slapped Floating Light's face hard. One could see with the naked eye that his face had already swelled up. One side of his face was completely red and swollen. Even the corner of his mouth was bleeding. It looked extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed. The time around the dragon soul suddenly changed. That small hidden weapon was approaching at the slowest speed. The dragon's soul easily caught the small hidden weapon with its finger and then suddenly threw it back. This time, the speed of the hidden weapon was changed. It had increased the flow of time by almost 60 to 70 times. The speed was extraordinarily fast, even though he didn't use much strength when he threw it out. However, with the acceleration of time by almost 60 to 70 times, it was still too fast for the naked eye to catch. Lin Feng's face was ashen. Originally, he did want to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Moreover, he had already taken out his trump card. Although it was just a small piece, its material was extremely precious. He had spent over 100 years to create this small piece of hidden weapon. All this time, no one had seen it before. Only he knew that there was such a trump card in this world. But now, the treasures that he had been hiding in the depths of his chest were useless. Even such a powerful treasure that no one knew about was unable to protect him. How dare you plot against me? Master, how should I deal with this person? Qin Yu glanced at him. You can do whatever you want with him. It doesn't matter if he dies. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, other than Lin Feng, everyone else could no longer feel the enormous pressure. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He was in disbelief. Originally, he really thought that Qin Yu would not be able to control such a huge array formation. But now, he was shocked by his control over such a powerful formation. Logically speaking, it should be impossible because his strength was not enough. However, Chinyu could not be judged by common sense. He did indeed have the ability to control the entire formation, and he could do it in detail. It was just that he was able to control this heaven-suppressing power, and it was only aimed at one person. It wasn't troublesome to do, and it didn't take much effort either. The dragon's soul slowly approached. Lin Feng used all the strength in his body to try to move back, but no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't even move a single inch. "Don't come over, for the sake of our past relationship. I wasn't the one who targeted you first. It was the few of them who insisted on dragging me along. I was possessed. No matter what, don't kill me first. They are the ones you should kill." Lin Feng was already on the verge of collapse, whether it was being suppressed or facing the danger of death. Coupled with the repressed emotions from the past month, it all exploded in an instant. There was no way to control his words at all. He just wanted to use all kinds of methods to delay so that he could temporarily linger on. Let Chinyu kill the others first. As long as he stayed until the end, it would be fine. But the last pleas he let out before he died still had no effect. His eyes widened before he died. He was filled with disbelief and even fear. He didn't think that he would die so easily. His death was too quick and clean. When the others saw his expression before he died, they couldn't help but shiver slightly. At this moment, the few of them no longer had the intention to continue fighting. The only thought in their minds was to escape, as far away as possible, as far away as possible. It is impossible for Chinyu to capture all of them in a short period of time by himself. As long as they could escape from here, there was still a glimmer of hope. Escape. It's not that easy to escape. Suppress. Everyone who wanted to escape was fiercely suppressed once again. Another big pit was created on the ground. All of them were smashed into a bloody mess. But what made them despair the most was not the wounds on their bodies, but this feeling of helplessness. They had been powerful for so many years, but now it was their turn to be the weak who could be manipulated at will in the hands of others. Their hearts were filled with despair. The few great emperors who hadn't left the range of the formation. Once again, they were affected by it. They were also suppressed by it. Their bodies were badly mutilated from head to toe, even if they felt that they had suffered an unexpected disaster. No one dared to say a word, not even a word. After Chinyu withdrew the power that suppressed them, they hurriedly ran out of the range of the formation. Everyone retreated to a radius of 10 miles, because as long as they took one step closer, all of them would be affected by the power of the attack and even be suppressed. Suddenly, with floating light as the leader, a few people joined hands. Dust flew all over the sky. Behind the cloud of dust, there were attacks coming from different people, facing the threat of life and death. All of them used their full strength with great tacit understanding, and they didn't hold back at all. The timing of their attacks was also very similar. It was as if something had formed a chain between them, binding all of them tightly. Chinyu dodged for a moment. He dodged the dust and countless dangers behind. Then he stood beside everyone very easily. Suddenly his mind moved, and he felt a small movement not far away. He wasn't in a hurry. For the time being, he watched these people run out. Floating Light only thought that he was going to run out in the end. However, in the eyes of everyone, it was the few of them who ran back with a silly smile on their faces. One by one, they ran to Chinyu's side with a smile on their faces and kept running around him. Then they even let out a cheer. "We finally ran out. Chin, you definitely can't do anything to us now. Let's get out of here quickly." "That's right. Now, it's time for us to leave quickly." Actually, in terms of strength, He is number one in the entire 10 Directions world. Don't worry so much. He knows that you and I killed the innocent and raised countless children in captivity. Chapter 847. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There's more, there's more. It's a pity that I was able to kill him once, but I can't kill him a second time. The people standing outside the formation heard this incomparably clear sound. The complicated feelings in their hearts couldn't be described in a few words. On one hand, they sympathized with them. On the other hand, they hated them. All of them looked so dignified, but the things they did in private were truly unsightly. They didn't know why, but they all felt like they had already left. Moreover, he didn't hide the things that he had done at all in front of everyone. Now, everyone heard it clearly. Even if someone tried to defend them, there was no evidence. No one was a fool. Suddenly, one of the people in the crowd turned from anxiety to fear, anger, and regret. He was the most loyal dog of the Floating Light Emperor. Just now, he was worried that something might happen. He couldn't wait to rush up and save them. He even thought that even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to ensure the safety of the Floating Light Emperor. But during this conversation, he had learned of a shocking secret. His son and daughter, who had been missing for many years, had been captured by this bastard and used to refine secret medicine. There were many people in the crowd who had the same thought. All of them were either regretful or angry. They couldn't accept it. They had served their enemy for so many years, and they had been so loyal to him. Now that they thought about it, it was as disgusting as swallowing a dead fly. Qin Yu wasn't surprised at all by what they had done. He had already found out about some of it, but he didn't know about the other part. You've hidden it well. Come out. Even if you hid outside and made up for it in time, you're still at fault. But I'll settle this with you later. For now, let these people go. I still need them to practice with me. Back then, it was written clearly in the letter of challenge. If he didn't die, they would die. He had already thought it through. Now, it was time to fulfill his promise. He had to fulfill everything on the letter of challenge, including the fight to the death. The 8 great emperors instantly woke up. But in their eyes, they felt like the world was spinning. The entire world had suddenly changed. It was as if some kind of curse had been placed on them that they couldn't escape. Even if they left, they would be transported to a place they didn't want to return to in the blink of an eye. But they were still the most powerful in the world. Not long after, they realized that they had only been in an illusion. They hadn't been able to leave from the beginning to the end. What made them understand all this? Familiar faces were filled with anger, disgust, or even their eyes. Their hearts were all cold. An indescribable chill slowly spread from his tailbone, until the coldness reached their entire bodies, their limbs, and bones. They couldn't help but shiver. Is his translation, is translation, is translation, is translation. The 8 of them were very clear. They are to translation, are they were, was they was to themselves. They in be when we're in the in, was in the later, in the fight later, in the end, they would only be cursed by tens of thousands of people, but with their strength, they could still live freely. He already had an idea of what he should choose. Qin Yu looked at them with great satisfaction as they displayed the spirit of facing death with equanimity. This was the kind of opponent he wanted. It's not that we can't fight to the death with you, but you can't use the Xian Feather Sky formation to suppress all of us. That's right. That's not a fair fight at all. Just now, they swarmed up together and attacked someone who was more than one level lower than them. They didn't feel that it was unfair at all. Now, They were talking about fairness. Chinyu looked at them with a smile, yet not a smile. After a short while, he agreed. Those people who already hated the several great emperors to the bones were now worried about Chinyu. They couldn't wait for them to die. As long as these scum were alive, countless vengeful souls would not be able to rest in peace. Their families and friends were among the restless souls. But they couldn't influence Chinyu's choice. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the 8 people. As expected, Chinyu didn't care about such small things. No matter what, he had always been very confident in his own strength. Especially at a time like this, it was easy for him to agree to the enemy's small request. They could even see the hope of victory in front of them. As long as they could win, they could regain control of everything. Everything could slowly recover. Mountain Cold Wind Palm, Mountain Quaking Fist, Supreme Staff Technique, Vast Pear Blossom Explosion. They were just about to use all their strength to take a gamble. All of a sudden, they felt an extremely powerful suppressive force that they were both familiar with and terrified of. Under the pressure of this suppressive force, they easily dispersed the power they had gathered with great difficulty. Their expressions changed. The great emperor, who had always been lofty and arrogant, cursed out loud. "How can you go back on your words? So everything was a lie. You're just a hypocrite who pretends to be righteous. You say one thing, but in reality, you're a hypocrite. If you have the ability, withdraw this suppressive force. Let's have a good competition." Even the people standing outside the formation felt a little stunned. Only the dragon soul sneered. This formation wasn't the mysterious feather heavenly formation. It was the heaven-suppressing battle god formation. One could well imagine the indescribable regret in the hearts of the 8 people that were suppressed upon learning of this matter. They should have asked for the name of this formation first. They shouldn't have blurted out the mysterious feather heavenly formation just because of a sense of familiarity. It was just a difference of a few words, but it brought disaster to them. Regret so much. As for what they regretted, even they couldn't say for sure. Maybe they regretted sneaking up on him. Or maybe they regretted shamelessly trying to sneak up on him again and again this time. But in the end, they were still the ones who died. All of them. They were all dead. Chin, you still let them go in the end. But these people had basically lost their fighting spirit. He took out all the martial arts techniques and weapons he had on hand to practice. They were all dead. The last one alive committed suicide. After the last person died, Chinyu suddenly reached the peak of his realm. He took out a drop of blood essence from the statue and refined it on the spot. Chapter 848. As soon as the divine blood appeared, the surroundings trembled. Everyone's gaze changed. In fact, some of them could not help but become restless, wanting to snatch that supreme treasure. Although no one knew where that drop of crystal-clear blood essence that was like a gem came from, no one knew where it came from. However, everyone seemed to be able to sense the enormous power contained within this drop of blood. It was as if as long as he could fuse with and refine this divine blood, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of perfection. Even breaking through the void and stepping into the ninefold God realm would not be impossible. However, considering what had happened before, no one dared to take this step. Even if this drop of divine blood was extremely useful to them, they definitely couldn't snatch it away. Otherwise, their fates wouldn't be any better than the previous few. One by one, their bodies were crushed. Even their souls were absorbed and refined on the spot, becoming an endless source of energy for the formation. Roar. The majestic roar seemed to come from ancient times. Something extremely terrifying was about to be born. I finally found you. Even if I have to flee to the ends of the earth, I'll still punish you for offending my divine might. You actually dared to refine my blood essence? How dare you? But you will pay for it. The void suddenly shattered. A huge dragon, head slowly stretched out. It was just a head, but it occupied a corner of the world. Even if all of them were added together, they would not be as tall as this head. Chinyu turned a deaf ear. Right now, he was in a wondrous state and was unable to sense his surroundings. It was as if the scene of the beginning of the world was slowly appearing in front of him, like a picture scroll. The scenes were incomparably clear, but in the blink of an eye, people couldn't remember what they had seen. However, it left an extremely deep impression in his heart. Chinyu suddenly came to a realization. With a crash, the barrier shattered. The blurry barrier above his head suddenly shattered into pieces with a crisp sound, disappearing into nothingness. At the same time, the aura of Chinyu, who was about to die in the next moment, suddenly soared. The middle stage of the Heavenly Palace realm. The late stage of the Heavenly Palace realm. Great Emperor. However, he didn't stop there. He broke through again and again, and soon he reached the late stage, and even the Great Circle. What a pity! If I had broken through earlier, I would have been able to achieve great things. That's right. With such a terrifying existence watching from the side, he definitely won't let him break through as he wishes. For such a powerful existence. Even if we join forces, I'm afraid we're just a few ants in his eyes. We're no threat at all. The black dragon god's huge eyes stared at the ant in front of him. He snorted softly. Suddenly, the void on the other side also shattered, and a massive hole appeared. The next moment, a black dragon tail appeared. He ruthlessly threw it at Chinyu. Heaven Immortal stage. Chinyu's figure flashed, and he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he met the incoming dragon tail head-on. A green light flashed through the dark dragon god's dark golden pupils, but the next moment, he was incomparably shocked. Chinyu had just become a celestial immortal. He was actually able to take his attack head-on. Furthermore, he had even injured his tail and knocked off a piece of scale. A few drops of dark golden dragon blood fell to the ground. In an instant, weeds grew wildly. There was no way for One Eye to hide anymore. His tone was filled with excitement. Hurry up and use more strength. This guy's blood actually has a miraculous effect on repairing the ancient remote region. It would be great if there was more. It's only a few drops, and it already has such an effect. If this guy takes out all the blood on his body, even though he knew that the difference in strength between the two was too great, at this moment, he already knew that this was the main culprit that caused the ancient remote region to be on the verge of destruction. Therefore, without even thinking, he blurted out the words in his heart. "You're just an immature Sai. How dare you covet my god's blood?" The black dragon god could not hold back the anger in his heart. So what if Chinyu was strong alone? Now, he would destroy this martial region. At that time, everyone would die here. So what if he was a celestial immortal? He still did not have the ability to break through the void. Sometimes they would still die here. Not good, Master. He actually wants to destroy this martial region. The dragon's soul turned pale, with fright. If that was the case, then no one would be able to survive. Although these people were extremely unfamiliar to them, they were all top experts in the 10 Directions world. If they all died, the entire 10 Directions world would be destroyed and fall into chaos. Years of endless war, until the cards were reshuffled a few decades later, or until a new expert appeared a few hundred years later. At that time, the entire situation would be completely stabilized. But before that, there would definitely be a period of chaos. At that time, the ones who would die would not only be the hundreds and thousands of people who entered the ancient remote region. It would be a major event in the entire 10 Directions world. When the black dragon god heard this, He laughed out loud. Accompanied by this laughter, the entire ancient remote region began to shatter, and was even on the verge of collapse. The cracks in the abyss, which had not appeared for countless years, appeared once again, cutting the fragments that were already extremely fragmented into smaller pieces. In the blink of an eye, the ancient remote region was already fragmented. Most places were unavoidable. Miserable screams could be heard from a slightly distant place, but soon there was silence. Hearing this, people felt a chill down their spine. Chinyu's voice became colder and colder. He raised his head and looked at the world that was almost completely shattered and disappeared between heaven and earth. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, he slowly raised his hand. The black dragon god suddenly felt a wisp of immortal chi. This wisp of immortal chi came from Chinyu. No, how is this possible? You obviously haven't gone to the ninefold god realm yet. Where the hell did you get this immortal chi? No one answered him. Everyone was still holding on to their hope, looking at the extremely weak light on Chinyu's fingertip. A celestial immortal holding a wisp of immortal chi is enough to communicate with the ninefold god realm. Under the unwilling roar of the black dragon god, a pure white holy light gate slowly opened. Holy light shone everywhere. Chinyu's body involuntarily rose up slowly. This was the gate of guidance. The environment in the ancient remote region was really too bad, and it was even on the verge of collapse. That was why the gate of guidance had not appeared before, because the space here was unstable. But now, by relying on that wisp of immortal chi, Chinyu had successfully attracted the gate of guidance. The dazzling white light brought great pressure to the black dragon god, and in the midst of his unwilling roar, all the holes were repaired. Countless abysses were filled one after another, and the fragments were pieced together again. Even the stubborn abysses at the beginning were erased at the same time. Chapter 849. After countless years, the ancient abyss was once again pieced together, forming a complete world. In time, countless lives would be born. Under the illumination of the light of guidance, everyone present had more or less benefited greatly from it. Some people's hidden injuries were silently healed. Some people saw the door of light and felt the boundless immortal energy from it. Thus, they had a slight understanding of the future. There were a few peak great emperors on the spot. Not long after, they could also step into a higher level and enter a new world. But now, all of them could only look at Chinyu with envy, step by step, as if there were stairs under his feet. He stepped into the door of light. He gradually merged into the door of light. The dragon's soul followed suit, until the two figures completely disappeared. Only then did everyone realize that everything around them had changed. The ancient abyss had changed from a world on the verge of destruction to a completely different appearance. Everywhere was peaceful, except for the absence of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It looked very complete. The ground was covered in green grass, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. The sky was a faint green color, with a few clouds floating by occasionally. Soon, this place would become a normal martial domain. The only thing that was unusual, that was the huge pile of treasures at the side. Looking at the pile of treasures, very few people dared to snatch them. Since we're already here, let's take some things. There are so many things. Even if each of us takes one, we won't take too much. That's right, if each of us only takes one, it shouldn't anger him. Everyone looked at each other, and in the end, each of them chose to take one thing. But they didn't go overboard, and restrained themselves a little. No one knew if these things had an owner, and they also didn't know if Chinyu cared about these things, so they didn't dare to go overboard. Chinyu had reached a higher level, and even left the 10 Directions world. But what if he turned around and wanted to take a look? Who dared to bear his wrath, and who had the strength to do so? However, these people did not know that there was indeed no one watching over the ancient antiquity region. If they wanted to, they could take all of these things away. This was because the true caretaker of the ancient remote domain, One-Eyed, had followed Chinyu to the ninefold divine world. Only the god realm was filled with experts. Chinyu walked out of the light gate. Then he saw a colorful cloud. There was also a pure white cloud under his feet. It didn't look very sturdy, but it was worry-free to walk on it. Everyone was in a hurry. He quickly flashed past him. Occasionally, someone would stop and look at him. However, he merely glanced at it and frowned slightly. After that, she still quickly passed by him without any intention of stopping, let alone talking to him. "Master, it looks like something has happened. Should we go and take a look?" The dragon soul didn't put those people in its eyes. The most important thing was its attitude. By chance, he saw a person from the lower realm. However, these people were not curious at all. Instead, they seemed to be in a hurry. Moreover, everyone was like this. It was a little surprising. Something must have happened for it to become like this. Chinyu wasn't that curious. He roughly chose a direction to walk in. In fact, it was just a random direction. No matter what those people were doing, if he, a celestial immortal, went over rashly, he would be taking a risk. Among the people who passed by them, there were many who were extremely strong. There was no need to fight with these people for opportunities. That would only happen after entering the ninefold divine world. All he did was provoke group after group of enemies for himself. After looking at the surroundings for a while and walking around for a while, Chinyu had some guesses in his mind. This should be the celestial realm of the ninefold divine world. It should be the effect of the strand of celestial chi that he took out earlier. Therefore, the door of guidance had directly thrown him here. However, this place was also good. Xiantian Shenzhen should be in this world. After walking forward for a while, he saw a city floating between the clouds. Wisps of clouds formed a thick and heavy door, blocking all people with bad intentions. It also vaguely covered most of the city. If one simply stood in the distance, they would not be able to see the city no matter what method they used. When they approached, there were layers of guards checking them. "Please take out your identity token." Chinyu glanced at the dragon soul. Both of them had just come up. How could they have any identity tokens in their hands? Xiantian Shenzhen hadn't mentioned it before either. Coming to the celestial realm of the ninefold divine world, they actually needed an identity token. Of course, they would be taken away for questioning without any preparation. Just became a celestial immortal. Plus, you seem to know nothing. You must be from the lower realm. Name, age, and strength. When it came to age, the person recording them was indeed stunned, because they were really too young. Even if they were outstanding geniuses of the celestial realm, they would not be able to do so. In such a short period of time, they would definitely not be able to possess such great strength. Furthermore, Chinyu was from the lower realm. They were not willing to even talk about such a barren place. Although they had heard that some of the greater beings liked to take in people from the lower realm as disciples, but they had never seen anyone with such great capabilities. To have obtained such achievements at such a young age, breaking through to the heavenly immortal realm with his own strength and overcoming all sorts of difficulties, they could not help but be shocked. "The one beside you," Chinyu smiled and placed his hand on the table, leaning forward slightly. "This is my companion. Do you have any objections?" The person recording them shook his head. Of course, he could not have any objections. He was only here to record. He did not know what kind of identity such a talented person had. Of course, he would not offend him if he could. Furthermore, he did not see any benefits from these people. He could only sigh at his bad luck. This trip was not a good one. Soon, he finished recording all the records. Chinyu and the Dragon Soul had also received their identity tokens. Even the one-eyed man had received a token. However, this token was very small and exquisite. It was only Qin Yu's subordinate. Basically, it did not have any rights at all. If they were to run away in public, they would be punished. Naturally, he was a little unwilling. At that time, he had not thought of following them. The ancient remote region had already been repaired. He was free and unfettered there. How could he not be free and unfettered? Chapter 850. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Calamity. But who would have thought that after Qin Yu disappeared, he would be pulled up as well? Who asked you to agree to it? Since you agreed, it has already taken effect. The dragon's soul unceremoniously swayed the one-eyed man. Because he only had one eye, it was more convenient to call him one-eyed. Hence, it did not change his name. Their group did not attract anyone's attention when they appeared on the streets. There were people everywhere, and it looked like a surging tide. From time to time, a few figures would flash across the sky. They would directly pass through the city gates and leave. They did not go through any checks, and the guards could only helplessly look at the few figures leaving. The people around him were whispering to each other. Because they were closer, Qin Yu also heard these words. Did you see those people? They can be so arrogant because they are strong. Those people are all Xian immortal experts. Who says they aren't? The leader of the few people who flew over is not only a profound immortal. According to what I know, he seems to have a master and a senior brother who are also very powerful. That's right. Not to mention his master, Taoist Lu Guang. Even his senior brother has reached the immortal soul realm. Qin Yu followed their line of sight and saw the backs of those people as they left. Immortal soul, they can only be called Taoist, so their strength should only be ordinary. When he returned to the city, it was still peaceful. The city was in chaos, and it was extremely difficult to find any news about someone. Currently, he could only take one step at a time. From the words of others, Qin, you also found out a piece of news. Not far away, at the peak of Sky Spirit Mountain, a treasure seemed to have appeared. Someone saw a 7-colored light on it, and seemed to hear the cry of a deer. All in all, there were all kinds of people saying. Some were rumors, but there were still people who believed that a portion of it should be true. After all, everyone saw the 7-colored light with their own eyes. But anyone who saw the 7-colored light would be attracted by it and could not help but want to get closer. It was as if something was calling them closer. Qin Yu only smiled and shook his head. Very few people would notice a celestial immortal standing to the side, who did not have much of a presence. However, he just happened to glance over and noticed that he had just shaken his head. The people who were talking about what they had seen and heard were not very happy. Why are you shaking your head? Are you dissatisfied with what I just said? Could it be that you have doubts? If you have any suspicions, you can just say it out loud. There's no need for you to hide in the dark and not come out. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Yu did not panic at all. He shook his head gently. He shook his head again. It's not a question, nor is it a suspicion. I'm just curious, that's all. Exactly what kind of treasure would attract so many people? Is that 7-colored light really because of a treasure? For a moment, the expressions of the onlookers changed drastically. Just now, they were all listening with great interest, to the extent where they were even anxious, feeling a bit regretful that they couldn't fight for the treasures. But now, after hearing this, it seemed that it was a good thing that they didn't get any spots. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, in short, they did feel a lot better. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the storyteller's face was full of confusion. He didn't know how things had turned out like this. When he came back to his senses, there was already no one in front of him. My business. He only relied on telling stories to make a living. Most of the things he said were half-truths, which attracted a lot of people. If someone wanted to get something from him, they would give him a reward. If someone was happy to hear it, they would also give him a little money. But now, he couldn't do business today. How good would it be if that person didn't come? Then, today's business would be very good. Maybe I would have a month's worth of rations. But now, everything was gone. Not to mention a month's worth of rations. He couldn't even do business today. Suddenly, someone quietly walked up behind him. I heard that you know a lot of things. These things are for you as a reward. I want to ask you about a few people. Lulu turned around and didn't see anyone. Instead, he saw a big black sack. The bag was bulging, and it looked very old. At first glance, it was obvious that there was nothing good in it. Maybe it was just some junk. After all, the sack was already like this. What good things could be in it? This was a sack that ordinary people used to store garbage. It was just some useless waste. You want to buy information from me with a pile of garbage? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Although he said that, he still took the sack. Even if it was just some garbage today, it would be good. He didn't get anything today. Those people were interrupted halfway through the story and finally left. So, he didn't get anything. Even if it was a pile of garbage, it was still a gain. However, when he opened it, he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't even straighten his tongue. There were all kinds of small magic tools everywhere, and they weren't too bad. Although they weren't very useful to those who were strong. If he took all of these things, it would be enough to cover his income for a year. With so many things, it was simply too worth it to just exchange for a piece of information. I didn't recognize Mount Tai before. Hee, what are you looking for, sir? No matter what it is, I can give you accurate information. Lulu said this, but he was more or less cursing in his heart. He thought that he was very good at judging people. But who would have thought that there were so many valuable things in an incomparably shabby sack? He didn't expect that there would be such a large amount of wealth in it. When he turned around and saw the face clearly, Lulu couldn't smile. Wasn't this the guy who disrupted his business just now? He was still talking about it just now that he was caught red-handed. It wasn't just awkward. It could clearly explain the complicated feelings in his heart. It didn't matter. He was thick-skinned. At most, he would curry favor more. Chin, you listened to the story at the side for a while, and knew that the words from this person's mouth were half true and half false. Not all of them were necessarily true, but at least not all of them were false. Moreover, he knew a lot of things. It was precisely because he knew a lot of things that Chin Yu came to find him. Have you heard of Xiantian Senzen? Lulu was stunned for a moment and shook his head hesitantly. In the celestial world, there are only a few Senzen. Chapter 8:51. I've never heard of the Xiantian Senzen you mentioned. Did you remember wrongly? Speaking of which, the Xiantian Senzen had not returned for many years. It was normal for him not to know about this person at his age. Forget it. It seems like you don't know anything. It's just an undeserved reputation. Chin Yu waved his hand and did not plan to stay here any longer. Since he had given away those things, he would not ask for them back. They were just some useless things. They were useless to him before, and they were useless to him now. On the contrary, Lulu was a little embarrassed. He had thought that someone was deliberately making things difficult for him. But from the looks of it, who would spend so much money to make things difficult for him? Chin Yu and the Dragon Soul found a place to stay for the time being. The next day, at dawn, Lulu came looking for them. No one knew where he got the news from, but he found the two of them early in the morning. The moment he arrived, he made a big fuss and attracted the attention of many people. many people cast their gazes over. There were actually many people who knew Lulu. They all greeted him one after another. Lulu did not even bother to pay attention to these people. He was merely sizing up Chinyu with a curious expression. "Why don't you work for me? You're too accurate. There's something strange about that treasure. Many people have gone missing there. It seems like there's no chance of survival. As long as you work for me, you'll be able to eat and drink well. Countless resources will be sent to you first. How about it? My conditions should be very generous. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to take it out." Chinyu calmly listens to him and slowly walks to one side. He walked out of the door, and the dragon soul followed closely behind. The two of them left one after the other. Lulu stayed in place with a face full of shock. Although this was an expected result, he was still a little surprised that Yi Shiwen didn't say anything and just left like that. He did not even have the chance to say what he had in mind. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Unfortunately, even if he chased after them now, he would not be able to find them. It was as if they had disappeared without a trace in an instant. There were people everywhere. It was extremely difficult to find two people among so many people. However, he later found out that the two of them hadn't checked out yet, so they would probably come back. Thus, he waited in the same spot. He wanted to see if he could wait for the two of them to come back together. He walked around outside. Chinyu also gained a better understanding of the immortal world. There were 9 realms within the ninefold divine world. The immortal world was one of them. Only the heavenly, immortal, mystic, immortal realm was a realm that was universally acknowledged no matter where it was. Once they reached a higher level, they would have to choose which realm to go to. This would involve a lot of things, and it was also a second choice besides ascension. Of course, those who grew up in the ninefold divine realm did not need to make so many choices. Basically, wherever they were born, they would continue to advance. It had been many years since someone with tyrannical strength had ascended from below. Since ancient times, such people tended to be even more powerful. Therefore, some people would choose their own disciples in the lower realms. However, such people tended to be fewer because it was easy to nurture a group of seedlings that died young. Even if it was a peerless genius, wanting to ascend was extremely difficult. That was something that was almost impossible. No matter how strong one was, it was impossible. Only a very small number of people with great luck and talent could ascend from below, and in the process, they had to go through many trials and tribulations before they could ascend. The immortal world is also extremely complicated. Like before, there are a few major forces that monopolize all the resources. The remaining small sects and clans were suppressed to the point that they could not develop. He had also gone to other places to inquire, and there was indeed no Xian Tian Senzen in the immortal world. He did not know if it was because his master had left the immortal world for so long that everyone had forgotten about his existence, or if there was some other secret. However, it was not easy to find him now by asking around. Chinyu prepared to take a look at the major forces. Among them, the most powerful was the Xian Tian sect. Just because of Xian Tian's order, he had to take a look. Lulu waited at the same spot for close to a day and night before seeing the two of them return. Of course, even at night, the immortal cloud city was still covered in a hazy radiance. At most, the color of the clouds was slightly dimmer. Everyone used the color of the clouds to determine the current time, although at their level, very few people would judge the time. However, this could really determine when they should rest and when they should do something. You guys are finally back. I've been waiting for you guys here for so long. Why haven't I seen you guys? I thought you guys weren't coming back. Do you guys want to consider what I said previously? I'm definitely sincere in wanting to cooperate with you guys. even if it's just for a moment. This time, Qin Yu walked past him like he did in the morning and arrived at the side. Then, he returned to his own room. If Lulu liked to wait, he could wait by himself. He had his own things to do, and was not in the mood to mess around with others. In the room, the dragon soul was hesitating. Based on the way they were searching, they might not be able to find anyone even after searching for a long time. If they wanted to find him, they had to consider other methods. For example, with the help of others. If that's the case, the person outside the door is also a good choice. His strength is weak, and he has some connections. Everyone in this city knows him. If he's a guarantor, we can obviously get in touch with more people. After the dragon soul finished eating, he did not get a response. However, he knew that Qin Yu was already considering it. After all, this was not a small matter. He could not just randomly find someone. Careful consideration was needed in terms of candidates. However, Qin Yu did not think for long before he made a decision. He would cooperate with Lulu, but the method of cooperation had to be decided by him. The relationship between the two of them had to be discussed in advance. Other than the cooperation, other things had nothing to do with each other. They would not ask about each other's identity and purpose. Lulu was extremely touched. He wanted to say this. In this world, who did not have a secret, others had secrets, and so did he. Moreover, some things were not convenient to say. All right, since you're so straightforward, let's cooperate immediately. Lulu could not wait to take out a contract. The so-called contract was a contract that was notarized by heaven and earth. This could ensure that both of them strictly followed the standards discussed at the beginning. Chapter 852. There's no need for a contract. What I want to do is very simple. I just want you to introduce me to the Cloud Immortal City's City Lord. Can you do that? Before Lulu could say yes, he almost bit his tongue. Introduce him to the City Lord. If he could build a relationship with the City Lord, would he still need to tell stories all day long? This was simply nonsense. Where was he going to find the City Lord? However, looking at the serious look in the doctor's eyes, he could not say anything to reject him. Speaking of which, he just happened to have a solution. However, it was extremely risky. He was going to take a huge risk. However, was it really worth taking such a huge risk for a stranger whom he had just met for 2 days? At this moment, he did not know if this was a coincidence or if Qin Yu had already asked around, so much so that he was able to predict him so accurately. He even knew that he just happened to have a way to introduce him to the City Lord. This is very dangerous. Both you and I will have to take a huge risk. If you are sure, Lulu felt that he had already expressed his intention very clearly. Of course, he would have to pay him a certain amount of remuneration. Since he was going to take such a huge risk, then it was natural for him to take a portion of the benefits. I know that you must have something to do with the City Lord. According to our agreement, I will not ask. However, if there are any benefits, you have to share half with me. Qin Yu smiled. He was afraid that there would not be any benefits then. However, it was useless to say such things to a person who only cared about profits. He would not believe it. Hence, there was no need to explain. Explaining would be useless. Also, you just need to know that I am going to do such a thing. So what if it is dangerous? Bring me there. Qin Yu walked in front with a straight posture. He had already found out the location of the City Lord's residence yesterday. Lulu was not sure what he was going to do there. It did not seem like he was going to do anything. Instead, it seemed like he was going to seek revenge. However, logically speaking, that should not be the case. However, he was a little unsure. Perhaps his guess was wrong. With a perturbed mood, he finally found the person who had helped him a lot in the past. with the help of this little bit of kindness, he couldn't do much. There was actually very little that could be done. He could only try his best to use some extreme means to attract the city lord's attention. It could be said that Lulu had come up with a rotten idea. First, he went to find that acquaintance of his and had a long discussion. That person carefully sized up Chinyu. He looks pretty good, but can you guarantee his strength? A heavenly immortal can only be considered as not bad. Lulu didn't know how much, but the only possibility was that he was exaggerating. It was said that although Chinyu was only at the heaven immortal stage, when the two of them joined forces, their strength was comparable to an immortal soul. Just say whatever you can. He praised her as if she was one of a kind. In the end, the corner of that person's mouth twitched as he looked at the two of them. In fact, no matter how relaxed he looked on the surface, Lulu was still quite nervous. If something were to happen at this time, everything would be over. He also had to take a huge risk to send people in through the back door. Lu Chong looked at the two of them and nodded. They did look pretty good, but in terms of strength, he had to check again. Of course, he didn't believe a single word that he said before, but after all, they were acquaintances. This time, after stuffing these two people in, he could be considered to have returned the favor. After that, he didn't have to care about this person at all. Then I'll test the strength of the two of you. If you can take it, then take it. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked with lightning speed, bringing about a sound that pierced through the air. Chinyu merely stood there and watched without attacking. However, the dragon soul, with the help of its own talent, easily blocked the attack. He could control time. Whether it was attacking or defending, he had a unique advantage. Although there was a huge difference in strength, the effect was slightly worse, but it was still easy to face a Xian immortal. He was even certain that he had the ability to defeat him. Lu Chong's expression changed. As for Lulu, he had long been frightened by this change. He was only at the heaven immortal stage. He originally thought that as long as he said a few good words, at most he would give some gifts, and it would be fine. Who knew that he would attack just like that? Sure enough, his favor was nothing at all. When the sound of air piercing through the air exploded in his ears, the back and forth had already ended. How did you take it? Forget it. This is your own matter. I won't ask any more. But your strength has already reached the standard. Not to mention the others, just you alone is enough. Lu Chong was quite satisfied. Although he had to return the favor, strength was the most important hurdle. Even if he was in charge of the recruitment, he couldn't easily say that he could put anyone in. If that was the case, he would lose his position sooner or later. Now that his strength had reached the standard, he could also return the favor. That couldn't be better. For him, it was killing two birds with one stone. The last procedure was done. They could go in directly in the afternoon. However, when they came back, Lulu hugged his head and cried. If I had known that you were so strong, I wouldn't have to use my own favor to exchange for it. Now, I let that old man return my favor. My loss is huge. That old man really didn't leave me any face at all. He clearly said that he would return the favor, but he still tried to test you. How despicable. Chinyu said with a smile. It was just human nature. For Steward Lu, this was killing two birds with one stone. He had no reason to disagree. Of course, these things just didn't have to be taken to heart. What he cared about the most was when he could see the city lord. He couldn't get accurate information from others. As a powerful expert, the city lord could not have any information, right? It was even more impossible for him to be ignorant. At this point, Lulu had already developed some fear towards them. Such a powerful person had been with him all this time. His strength had already surpassed that of a celestial immortal. But on the surface, he was just an ordinary celestial immortal. It was just that his combat strength was extraordinary. At the same time that he was extremely shocked, it also left a shadow in his heart. "Can you tell me the truth? What exactly do you want to do?" He thought that he might not be able to get the answer, but unexpectedly, he did hear the answer. This answer also caught him off guard. It was just to find someone. Chapter 853. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The city, Lord of Cloud Immortal City, lived in seclusion, but he had a good reputation outside. He looked a little plump and always had a friendly smile on his face. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. "It's you guys. I heard that you guys have just entered the heavenly immortal realm, but you are already comparable to a Xian immortal, or even slightly stronger. Tell me, why are you looking for me? I don't think my reputation has spread to the lower realm." The ninefold god realm was completely separated from the lower realm. Even the god realms were not connected. Under such circumstances, the city lord's reputation could not spread to other places. Qin Yu was not surprised that his identity had been found out. After all, he and the dragon soul were registered here, and it was quite special. If the city lord wanted to find out, it would not be difficult at all. All he had to do was to give orders, and their whereabouts over the past few days would be placed on the city lord's desk. However, Chenju only knew some basic information about them. The city lord did not know where they came from and why they were looking for him. "I just want to ask you about the Profound Heaven sect," Yi Fuqian said. The city lord of Cloud Mountain City had always been in contact with the Xiantian sect. This was not a secret. However, a heavenly immortal who had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment, he actually wanted to find out about the Xiantian sect. The city lord was slightly surprised. He thought about it, but was not in a hurry to ask. Some basic information could be found elsewhere, so there was no need for him to hide it. The Xiantian sect had been established for a long time, and it was one of the top forces in the heavenly immortal realm. The only force that could go against it was Ba Shan Palace. No one knew when it was established, but it had at least tens of thousands of years of history. You said that every sect leader of the Xiantian sect was called Xiantian. Qin, you finally heard a key point from the pile of nonsense. This kind of nonsense could be heard outside. However, it was rarely useful. It could be said casually to the city lord, but it could be said to others that it was difficult to find out. This was the reason why he came to find the city lord. Now, he picked out a key point from the pile of nonsense. "Then, do you know Xiantian Shenzhen?" Currently, he only knew that Xiantian Shenzhen had returned to the ninefold divine realm before him. However, he did not know Xiantian Shenzhen's exact location. He had also never heard of the Xiantian sect before. Xiantian Shenzhen had never mentioned this name before. His intuition told him that the Profound Heaven sect had something to do with the Profound Heaven Shenzhen. The city lord of Cloud Mountain City raised his head. "Why are you asking this?" "The sect master of the Cloud Sky sect has reached the realm of Shenzhen, so he should use this title. As far as I know, Shenzhen hasn't appeared in the Profound Heaven sect for several generations. The strongest sect master is merely an immortal emperor. He can dominate a region. However, Shenzhen's realm is already unparalleled in the world. In this immortal world, there is no place that he cannot go. With his strength alone, he can fight against an entire sect. In fact, Shenzhen had not appeared in the immortal world for some time. Occasionally, there would be Shenzhen, but they were all old monsters who had hidden away from the world. Some large sects would raise these old monsters and invest countless resources every year. However, these people did not show their faces at all. Therefore, people only knew of their existence, but No one had ever seen them. At this moment, he heard the name of Senzin from a young man who had just reached the heaven realm. The city lord could not help but be shocked. However, he did not know when an old monster in the heavenly venerable realm had gone to the lower realm and taken in a disciple. Qinyu only glanced at him coldly. You don't need to know so much. I'm just here to ask you about some things. His attitude was not arrogant, but he was not polite at all. He did not fawn on him like ordinary people. However, the city lord did not take this matter to heart. Instead, he found it very interesting. After all, this was the arrogance that only belonged to a peerless genius. After all, some people in this world were proud of the world from the moment they were born. This was a talent that no one could be envious of. It was obvious that the city lord regarded Qinyu and the dragon soul as such. Xiantian Senzin might have some relationship with the Xiantian sect, but he should not be there. That was because no one had heard of any powerful Senzin in the Xiantian sect. They were all old monsters who had never left the sect before. He couldn't get any more information from the city lord. However, if he wanted to come into contact with other places, he would more or less need the city lord. Qinyu took out the contract that Lulu gave him. He placed it in front of the city lord. Why don't we make an agreement? He looked at the young man in front of him, who was many times younger than him. The city lord of Cloud Immortal City smiled and pressed his fingerprint on the contract. After all, this contract would only bring him benefits and no harm. Moreover, it was notarized. Anyone who violated the contract would die a horrible death. Someone had already tried, but no one could come out unscathed. After violating the contract, they either died without a complete corpse or died a horrible death. He was an open person. Although he disguised himself with a wise appearance, he never hid anything. He was open and above board. After the contract was established, it split into two and turned into two golden lights that entered the glabella of the two. Vaguely, the two of them had a subtle connection. If one did not pay attention, their presence would be so weak that one would not notice it. However, if one had the thought of violating the contract, one would feel that the binding force was very obvious, constantly reminding them of the existence of the contract. It seems that we have reached a preliminary agreement. I look forward to the day you complete the contract. Stay with me for the time being. How about I provide food and accommodation? The city lord laughed and left. Lu Chong had not seen the city lord so happy for many years. For a moment, his heart was filled with admiration, and his attitude became more respectful. If he had known earlier, his attitude towards the two of them would have been better. However, it was not too late now. Qinyu was led to an extremely luxurious room. There were exquisite decorations everywhere. A faint mist lingered around, and everywhere was filled with immortal aura. This was an excellent place for cultivation. It was also an extremely comfortable small spiritual land. However, the dragon soul was not very satisfied with this place. Isn't the city lord obviously trying to make us pay more when the time comes? It is written clearly in the contract. Whatever he gives us in these 3 months, we have to pay him back 100 times in 3 months. Now that he has taken out such a small spiritual land, it is obvious that he is trying to make us unable to complete the contract. So many things looked good, but they did not completely belong to them. Chapter 8:54. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If an ordinary person received such treatment, they might not be able to return it in a short period of time. Moreover, they had agreed to return it 100 times. That was 100 times. In other words, even if the organization gave them a dagger, they would have to return the city lord at least 100 daggers of the same quality after 3 months. If they were given a small spiritual land for them to live in temporarily, they would have to give the city lord a small spiritual land that he could use for a long time. Lu Chong left silently. He had no right to participate in these matters. After walking in, the dragon soul saw a small celestial pond. The celestial chi inside was so dense that it turned into mist and dripped down. Isn't this better? If we have a good environment, we can use this to obtain more. The more he gives, the easier it is for him to get more in return. I was afraid that he wouldn't dare to give. Now, it seems that he is a courageous person. Qin, you was never afraid of not being able to return the favor. Since they had made a contract, he was confident. That meant that he was extremely confident in himself, and that he would be able to return everything he had obtained 100-fold within the agreed time. The dragon soul looked at every city here. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The city lord had indeed given them the best environment. Everywhere was the best. He even suspected that the city lord himself did not live in such a good place. At this moment, the Cloud Immortal City's city lord was being questioned by his subordinates. He had given such a good environment to two people who did not seem strong and whose identities were unknown. As expected, many people did not agree. However, since he was the city lord, he was the most powerful person in this city. Once he made a decision, he could not change it. Say no more. I have already made my decision. All your doubts are questioning my decision. Under the effect of the contract, even if he made me waste 3 months of my time, so what? In the end, he still has to pay the price. However, if he can succeed, he will get 100 times the profit. Compared to the initial investment that I can take back at any time, it is obvious that I can get more profit from it. Moreover, the risk is very low. Of course, he had already calculated everything. Even if the contract wasn't completed, he wouldn't be considered to have suffered a loss. Everything that was given out could fall back into his hands at any time. However, if he succeeded, not only would he have made friends with two extremely talented and powerful people, but he would also gain 100-fold profit. Why wouldn't he do it? To him, this was a matter of benefit and no harm. He had added all the benefits himself. Of course, it was also an observation. He wanted to see if the two of them would be blinded by the riches and honor in front of them and do something unwise. However, the attitude of these two people was much better than he had imagined. Especially Qin Yu's unperturbed appearance. He admired him very much. Unfortunately, this person was obviously quite arrogant. It was impossible for him to be taken in as a subordinate. The only thing he could do was to befriend him. On the first day that Qin Yu moved into the city lord manor, he ran into some trouble. A dignified young man came looking for trouble. His strength was already at the heavenly immortal realm. He held a soft sword in his hand and casually waved it around, looking handsome and neat. It's the two of you who snatched my place. Originally, we agreed that this place would belong to me once I became a heavenly immortal. Who knew that just as I broke through, someone told me that someone came to take over my place. This young man looked somewhat similar to the city lord, so they must be related by blood. If he wasn't a blood descendant, then he must be someone who was very close to the family. It was also because of this that this young man must have received the best opportunity since he was young. Although he looked young, his strength was not to be underestimated. His attitude was even more arrogant. However, he also had the capital to be arrogant. If this young man casually stood outside, he would attract a kind of exclamation and exclaim that a genius was born from a young man. It was a pity that there were too many geniuses who had been defeated by Qin Yu. He looked down on these so-called geniuses who had been piled up with resources and had not gone through any training. If it was someone who had been through hundreds of battles and was full of experience, he would look up to him. At least that was achieved through his own efforts, unlike this young man in front of him. He had just broken through, and his realm was unstable, so he came to provoke them. You shouldn't have come to me for this matter. The city lord asked people to bring us here, so this is our temporary residence. If you have any questions, you can go to the city lord to answer them. There's no need to come here and show off in front of us. Whether it was Chinyu's tone or every word he said, it could be said that he was following the rules. He was just a young man who didn't know any better. He had been spoiled since he was young and had a temper. Naturally, he wouldn't argue with such a child. However, the young man looked as if he had been greatly insulted. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he pointed the tip of his sword casually. A dark golden light flashed past. The young man suddenly shouted and threw the weapon in his hand. What was the golden light? He didn't see it clearly, but when the sword fell to the ground, it had already broken into two. There was obviously a bite mark in the middle. Something had bitten the arrow in the middle and even ate the piece of metal. What is this? You must have done it, right? On one hand, he was frightened, and on the other hand, he was angry. The young man's face was red and white. It could be said that it was very interesting. Chinyu felt that he had been wronged. This time, he didn't touch him. Although he was unhappy, looking at the young man's bone age, he was indeed a child who hadn't grown up. Of course, there was a limit to his tolerance, but he wouldn't use such methods to scare him. However, no matter whether he defended himself or not, the young man would still believe that he was the one who did it. I must tell father about this. I must let him see your true colors. You actually destroyed my weapon. In the end, this matter was brought up to the city lord of Cloud Mountain City. After hearing the entire story, he looked at the broken sword and sighed helplessly. Anyone could tell at a glance that the reason why the sword was damaged was because something had completely bitten it. How could a person bite a sword to pieces? This was simply too absurd. The young man didn't let it go, and the city lord was somewhat protective of his son. However, the city lord was still reasonable. He just sat in the middle and mediated, saying that this matter would pass like this. The young man suddenly raised his head. He looked at Chinyu again. You are Chinyu? Chinyu and the dragon soul looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 8:55. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There were very few people in the ninefold god realm who were related to them. They could be counted on one's fingers. However, the next moment, the young man shouted, You're the one who knew that the treasure was fake, but didn't say anything. Do you know that my good brother Chi Chuan was seriously injured because of this? Since you know about this, you should announce it quickly. Why did you stand there and watch so many people die? Furthermore, at that time, Chinyu had just arrived and didn't know what had happened at all. Even if he said it, people would only think that he was exaggerating. There were quite a few people who heard what he said, but none of them believed him. Everyone believed that it was the birth of a treasure, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Before he left, he even thought that it would be better if more people believed what he said. That way, they would have fewer competitors. If they did not take it to heart, how could he remind them? Chin Yu was not willing to play around with a kid. A kid who did not know anything might have been tricked into being a tool. However, the city lord of the Cloud Immortal City was a wily old fox. The moment Lan Feng said that, he already felt that something was wrong. If there were many people with such thoughts, even if there were only a few dozen of them, it would definitely be a big problem for Chinyu. After all, he had just arrived and did not have any foundation. Although he was very strong, very few people knew about it. Everyone would only think that he had no background and could be easily manipulated. However, he could not understand the motive of the person behind this. Qin, you could guess that it was probably because the treasure was exposed. Lulu had never been the kind of person who could keep things to himself. From the very beginning, he had thought of such a possibility. However, he did not expect that the person who wanted to trick him would make such a big deal out of something he said casually. There was no exact number of people who were injured, but according to rumors, it was not a small number. Quite a number of people died. Many people lost an arm or a leg because of this. Everyone knew how troublesome it was to repair it. Even if it could be repaired in the future, what about the time wasted and the suffering? Why aren't you saying anything? Poor Chi Chuan, he did not know about this at first. If he knew earlier that he was so cautious, he would not have gone. He would not have been injured by that evil dragon, and even lost 2 legs. Lan Feng was still a little overbearing. However, he was much weaker, and his eyes were filled with tears. He thought of sad things. His tone was getting worse. In the end, Cheng Zhu could not bear it and sent him away. Out of sight, out of mind. However, Qin did not leave. This was the first news he had heard about dragons since he had arrived in the ninefold god realm. Although it was an evil dragon, it was an evil dragon. Who said dragon was an evil dragon? The city lord immediately felt that something was wrong. If it was someone's, his translation was someone's. Before, you tell me what I've invested a lot in you. Don't do anything stupid. It was quite rare for a city lord to show such an expression. It was a rare look of seriousness. He had also viewed Qin Yu as an extremely talented member of the younger generation and had the intention of grooming Qin Yu. Even if he couldn't win Yi Shiwen over to his side, he still threw out his own olive branch. Since he had taken him in, he had to pay more attention to his safety. After all, he did not want such a good seedling to die in the hands of the evil dragon. There were many people who went, not to mention celestial immortals. There were even many mystic immortals. But none of them made it back alive. The strongest ones were the first to suffer. That evil dragon was not interested in ordinary celestial immortals. It was just playing with them. That was why some celestial immortals escaped. However, in the situation at that time, that evil dragon could have killed everyone in one fell swoop. It just looked down on celestial immortals. It only treated celestial immortals as snacks. If it accidentally killed them, it would stuff them into its mouth. The scene at that time was really like the Dark Realm. It was bloody beyond compare. Lord City Lord, haven't you always been virtuous? Since such a thing has happened, the most important thing now is to get rid of that evil dragon to prevent it from wreaking havoc. I think the first to suffer would be Cloud Immortal City. Of course, the City Lord knew this. However, even if he knew this, he knew how strong the evil dragon was. It was impossible for him to do it alone. If he wanted to find experts from the outside world, he would have to pay a huge price. Fortunately, the evil dragon was trapped in the same place for some reason and could not enter or leave at will. Therefore, it was impossible for it to do the same thing again in a short period of time. To Cloud Immortal City, it was just a dangerous place that was slightly closer. To them, there was not much loss. If someone wanted to get rid of the evil dragon, they would have to stay in Cloud Immortal City. At that time, he could take the opportunity to befriend them. There might even be experts sent by the big forces. I do want to go and take a look, but I'm not going to get rid of the evil dragon. He just wanted to subdue the evil dragon. The city lord thought that he understood Qin Yu's intention. He just wanted to take a look. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Anyway, in his opinion, with Qin Yu's strength, he would only be courting death if he went. No one thought that a person in the Heaven Mountain realm could defeat an evil dragon that was at least in the immortal soul realm. Qin Yu did not think so. The evil dragon might not be that strong. First of all, the people who went there were not prepared at all. That was why they fell into the trap so easily. Secondly, the method used was wrong. Its true strength might not be that high. If it was an expert who went there, he might be able to fight evenly with the evil dragon. However, this did not mean that the dragon was really that strong. There was no one around the mountain. There were a few villages at the foot of the mountain, but they were all abandoned now. Because of the terrifying existence on the mountain, the people at the foot of the mountain could not continue to live in peace. The experts in those sects were all dead. If these villages continued to exist, wouldn't they be destroyed one day? It was better to leave early. There is indeed a faint dragon chi, but it doesn't feel like an evil dragon with a pure bloodline. It feels more like only a part of the dragon clan's bloodline was awakened. Chapter 856. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, but this aura is a little too mixed. I feel like there are some strange things mixed in with it. The dragon's soul stood at the periphery and felt the faint aura in the air. It got a lot of information from it. However, no matter how pure the bloodline of this evil dragon was, it was undoubtedly powerful. Let's go and see the situation first. The dragon soul asked them to climb the mountain on foot. However, it was not slow at all. It did not take long for them to reach the middle of the mountain. The scenery here was not bad. However, there was a faint smell of blood everywhere. It was nauseating. Occasionally, they could see some broken limbs and blood clots. However, after a short period of time, they could not tell what those things were. The dragon soul was disgusted. The scene must have been very tragic. Moreover, if there was really a dragon bloodline left on this mountain, it must be someone with an impure bloodline. Even if the evil dragon loved blood, it would not make its place so messy. From this, it could be determined that the dragon who lived here was not someone with a profound bloodline. It was not certain if the bloodline in his body was pure or not. 2 more little fellows have come. How interesting. I thought that no one would come for a while. Although it's a little weak, at least it's still alive. A gigantic claw that could blot out the sky gradually descended. It was accompanied by a teasing voice. There was a huge rumbling sound on the mountain peak. The mountain rocks slid to the foot of the mountain. Some were here. The people around could not help but tremble in fear as they recalled the scene of the sky falling and the earth cracking. The ground was covered in blood and broken limbs. It seemed like even the clouds in the sky were dyed red. There were quite a few people who managed to escape, but not a single one of them managed to come out of there alive. It was terrifying. I don't know who provoked such a terrifying existence, but I don't think they will live for long. When will the experts of the mysterious heaven sect arrive? With such an evil dragon by our side, I can't help but feel terrified. Who knows? Who knows when the disciples of those big sects will come? The huge smoke slowly dispersed. The evil dragon did not see the bloody scene it wanted to see. Instead, it was empty. There was no one around. It was the same for the surroundings. It was as if the 2 people he saw just now were just an illusion. How is this possible? How is this possible? They were here just now. However, Chinyu had already unhurriedly walked out from under the claw with the dragon's soul. In the eyes of the dragon, capturing the 2 of them was a must. But at the same time, they slowly walked out from the shadows and stood in another place. The dragon soul's soul after breaking through the immortal realm. Now, he could change the flow of time 100 times faster. In other words, what the dragon in the eyes of the dragon was that in the blink of an eye was the time in the dragon could walk. In the eyes, the 2 disappeared in the blink of an eye. Was translation unable to find anyone? The evil dragon began to go crazy. He refused to admit that he had seen wrongly just now. There was still some aura left at the original spot. How could he be mistaken? There were two people there just now, and there was an extremely delicious smell on their bodies. He was sure that as long as he ate those two people, the purity of his bloodline would increase, and he would be able to get rid of the impurities in his bloodline. He would be one step closer to becoming a true dragon. The dragon soul's guess was right. This dragon was just the bloodline left behind by a powerful true dragon. However, the bloodline in his body was not that pure. The powerful strength in his bloodline gave him extraordinary strength, but it also reminded him of his weakness at all times. Only when his bloodline became pure could he hope to improve his strength further. Devouring martial artists was a method he had painstakingly begged for. Only with the help of countless fresh blood could he further remove the impurities in his body. However, his strength was not enough. It was too slow to capture them one by one. Later, under the reminder of a certain existence, he created the illusion of a treasure being born. Sure enough, it attracted countless martial artists. After devouring so many lives, his strength improved further. However, the side effects were also very obvious. The aura on his body is too mixed. I guess the bloodline is already mixed with too much fresh blood. What an idiot! The only way to improve his bloodline is to improve his strength over and over again. Every time he improves his strength, there is a certain possibility to remove a small part of the impurities. However, he chose such the stupidest way, using countless lives to forcefully improve his strength and remove the impurities. The former was achieved, but the impurities in his bloodline would become more and more. And for them, there was also a problem that was neither too big nor too small. The bloodline of this evil dragon was not very pure, and its blood essence was probably not very valuable. However, this problem was also very simple to solve. As long as the entire evil dragon was killed, all the part of its dragon bloodline was extracted and then condensed into a drop of blood essence. The value of this drop of blood essence was already comparable to that of an ordinary dragon's blood essence. Even when I reached such a level, even using such a soul technique could not further corrode the part of the dragon's bloodline that belonged to the dragon race. One could imagine that the power of this bloodline should be extremely majestic. If all of it was extracted, it could be considered to have some value, and it would not be in vain for them to come here. Qin, you often preferred to use strength to let the dragon race choose whether to submit or not. But now, facing this evil dragon that had swallowed countless people, he did not have such good patience. Dragon soul, kill. The evil dragon had already sensed that something was wrong, and a faint murderous aura spread around. However, when he turned his head, he did not see anyone anywhere. When he sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. The most fragile reverse scale was pierced by a spear. It stabbed fiercely into it. Although he did not have the purest dragon bloodline, he still had a part of the extremely powerful bloodline power in his body, so the reverse scale on his body was also his weakness. But until now, he could not figure out how this person suddenly appeared around his weakness. Although he did not die, he was already seriously injured. As the dark green blood slowly flowed, his strength was also slowly declining. If he could not end the battle in a short time, he would undoubtedly die. Qin Yu felt that it was a pity that he could not directly end his life, so much so that it had now become a confrontation posture. However, now it was very clear who was strong and who was weak. Although the evil dragon was able to maintain his last dignity, his strength had severely declined. If he continued to fight like this, the first person who could not hold on would be him. Chapter 8:57. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation, wait. Don't kill me. Don't you want to gain more power? The evil dragon's body was covered in dark green blood. However, his tone was low, as if he was telling a great secret. The huge figure suddenly flew out. He slammed hard on the stone wall, causing the entire mountain peak to shake. It looked like it was going to shatter in the next moment. It's not up to you to tell me what I want to do. Moreover, how do you know that I'm not here to gain more power? He was not that free. Everything he did had a purpose. At this moment, the evil dragon was severely injured. The huge iron chain that could not be hidden was also exposed in front of everyone. The evil dragon had only revealed his upper body. Part of his body had always been hidden under the clouds on the mountain peak. At this moment, his greatest secret had been exposed. He was locked up here. He could not resist at all. As long as he left the range of this mountain, he would no longer be under his control. Damn it! How did I get exposed? Just as he was vexed, an extremely cold voice sounded above his head. Hand over the dragon bloodline in your body or die. At this moment, the evil dragon was in a very sorry state. Dark green blood kept flowing out of his wounds. His body was also covered in dust. His eyes were red, as if he would explode and hurt someone in the next moment. No, what do you have to make me hand over the dragon bloodline in my body? You're only stronger than me, but it's not absolute. Puff, puff, puff. The dark green blood suddenly turned into a few sharp swords. They attacked from all directions. Chinyu dodged continuously. However, it was not far from his back. There was still a dark green light that flashed past and hit his back. There was a crisp clang. The evil dragon, who had a smile on his face, suddenly stopped laughing. How is this possible? This was his last trump card. It was unexpected. Countless experts had died under his attack. Even the extremely powerful person who had trapped him in this place had died because he was not prepared for this move. After such a long time, he turned into a pile of bones. Now, the technique that had won every time suddenly lost its effect. Chinyu had clearly been hit by the attack. However, he was still completely unharmed. If I didn't have the Azure Dragon soft armor, your attack might have succeeded. Did he really not notice that those attacks were just a cover? He was just taking the opportunity to set up a trap and see what other tricks he had up his sleeves. The result was nothing more than that. The dragon's strength was comparable to a profound immortal. However, that was only possible under certain conditions and with the assistance of various items. That was why it could be so simple and easy. In fact, his strength was only at the heavenly immortal realm. A so-called trump card was even slightly inferior to the strength of a heavenly immortal realm expert because it was unexpected. However, if the attack was able to hit a vital point and the target was a defenseless person, that way he would be able to kill her in one strike. When it landed on his body, it was neither painful nor itchy. The heaven-suppressing battle god array appeared. Boundless soul force transformed into several gigantic chains. Binding the evil dragon tightly, the dragon's soul unceremoniously went over and stripped all of the dragon bloodline from his body. If he voluntarily gave it up, the injuries he suffered might be less. If he used such a method to forcefully strip it, then he would only be a piece of trash in the future. Although he could still live, he would be inferior to an ordinary person with no strength. In the future, even those ordinary hunters would be able to kill him at will. No, the evil dragon let out an unwilling roar. The wounds on his body opened up again because of such intense movements. However, the powerful dragon bloodline in his body had been completely stripped away, and the blood that flowed out again was only dark red. It even had a faint black color. Those were the impurities that he had absorbed. In the past, he was suppressed by the extremely powerful dragon bloodline. Now that he no longer had the dragon bloodline, he was just a piece of trash. With the heaven-suppressing battle god array, this was the safest place. A piece of trash that had completely lost his strength was no threat to him. Chinyu found a relatively clean place, sat down cross-legged, and completely refined this wisp of dragon bloodline, when it was condensed into a drop of blood essence. Then he officially swallowed and absorbed it, wisps of faintly discernible immortal chi all gathered on the mountain peak. Gradually, it formed a huge vortex formed by immortal chi, and at the end of the vortex was Chinyu. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, the immortal chi on the entire mountain peak was absorbed by him. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the nearby Cloud Immortal City. Some people thought of the powerful and evil dragon on the peak of the mountain, which had wreaked havoc in an area. Not long ago, he had swallowed the lives of countless people. Could it be that because of the deaths of those people, the evil dragon's strength broke through? He was already so powerful. If he broke through this time, what realm would he reach? The evil dragon could defeat so many mystic immortals, so he should have reached the immortal soul realm. Such a big commotion can't be that he broke through from the immortal soul realm to the immortal soul realm, right? Everyone fell silent. This commotion was too big. If it was not to break through to a higher level, no one would believe it. Previously, someone had broken through to the immortal soul realm. That was a rare sight to see. But at that time, there was no such big commotion. He actually plundered all the immortal chi in the entire mountain. If they knew that this was just a heaven immortal breaking through, perhaps everyone would find it inconceivable. The huge vortex gradually became much smaller, until the last wisp of immortal chi was absorbed into Chinyu's body. The aura on his body became more condensed and vigorous. The dragon soul could not help but sit down. Not long after, he also broke through. Once again, it caused the surrounding immortal chi to shake. This once again caused the people in the Cloud Immortal City to be shocked. Could it be that he is breaking through one after another? Although this possibility was very small, looking at the way the immortal chi was shaking, it was indeed so. Chinyu's breakthrough not only caused the dragon soul to break through. One-Eyed also obtained a portion of immortal chi because of this. Of course, he only obtained a small portion. But even a small portion was enough to benefit him immensely. Previously, the ancient remote region was so barren. Now, he finally arrived at a place full of power. Although he was a little unwilling when he came, he also obtained great benefits because of this. Maybe it's a good choice to follow him. Feeling the fullness of this huge power, One-Eyed could not help but quietly change his mind. He also gradually accepted his identity of being controlled by others. After all, he had obtained great benefits from this and did not suffer any grievances as he imagined. Chapter 858. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After a series of unforeseen events, the originally nameless mountain now had a name. It was simply called Evil Dragon Mountain because there was an evil dragon in the mountain. Countless streaks of light flashed across the sky. One by one, they landed at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the peak. It was not that they could not go up, but they did not dare to. After all, no one dared to say how powerful that evil dragon was. If all of them rushed up, there might be more fresh corpses on the mountain. They only had one life, and none of them would joke around with their lives. It's not good to keep watching from below. Why don't we go up and take a look? No one said anything. They did not have the guts. While they were hesitating, the ground suddenly shook. However, The evil dragon did not appear as they imagined. They only heard a weak, struggling sound. It was so faint that they could not hear it clearly. It was because of this sound that they finally had the courage to go up and take a look. However, after they got closer, they did not see any evil dragon. They only saw a trash with a mixed bloodline. However, this trash with a mixed bloodline had an extremely strong smell of blood on him. Clearly, this was the evil dragon that had harmed countless people. How is this possible? I saw with my own eyes how powerful this guy was before. The group of people looked at each other in disbelief. They even felt that it was ridiculous. In the blink of an eye, the evil dragon that they thought should have eaten so many people was beaten into a trash. This unforeseen event was really too big, causing all of them to be somewhat unprepared. After Chinyu broke through, he left with the dragon soul. There was no longer any energy around the mountain that could be used to absorb. All of it was absorbed by them. If they wanted to consolidate, they had to find a place with abundant immortal chi. The small spiritual land in the city lord's mansion was the best choice. At this time, the city lord was not here. He should have been attracted by the huge commotion. However, this did not hinder them at all. Whether the city lord was here or not, this place temporarily belonged to them. They could enter and leave freely and use it as they wished. They gradually consolidated their strength until the sky turned dark. At this time, the dense weapons in the spiritual pool had also become much thinner. Of course, this place could absorb the surrounding immortal chi on its own. It wouldn't be long before everything would return to normal, and that would have nothing to do with them. However, after the city lord returned, he recalled the matter of the evil dragon suddenly becoming a cripple. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. If this had been done by a passing expert, it was possible that he would not have received any news. However, he felt that this was not the truth. The real culprit might still be in this city. This was because only a few days had passed since the incident. Even if he was some kind of expert, if he happened to pass by, he would at least have a place to stay. Do you still have any doubts? Didn't they say that a passing expert was doing the people a favor? Lan Feng was extremely excited. He didn't think that there might be something behind this. However, the city lord knew that this matter was not that simple. These words were only said for the people outside to hear. What was the truth? He knew very well in his heart that there was no outsider, no expert. He didn't even know who the culprit was. At the moment, he only had some suspicions. You're just a child. Don't ask so much. Besides, I've already told you that Chi Chuan isn't a good guy. He approached you for his own reasons. Lan Feng, who was originally somewhat happy, immediately pulled a long face. He really treated Chi Chuan as his own brother, so he couldn't bear to hear someone say bad things about his brother. Moreover, Chi Chuan's legs were already crippled. Even if you do have some prejudice against him, he's already completely crippled. He's already like this. What's the point of saying all this? The city lord knew that he couldn't persuade his youngest son. Thus, he could only sigh helplessly and give up on trying to persuade him. He couldn't do anything about his youngest son. Moreover, he was currently wondering who the person who hadn't shown himself was. If an expert suddenly arrived, no matter how well they hid their tracks, they would still reveal something unusual. Thinking about it, nothing out of the ordinary had happened in Cloud Immortal City recently. Speaking of which, it seemed that there were only those two people. If it really was those two people, perhaps he had unintentionally done something big. The city lord thought of a possibility and hurriedly ran over to Small Spirit Land. He didn't even care about Lan Feng. He left his youngest son behind in a hurry, only to see two people who had already broken through in terms of strength. Indeed, they had broken through. They had only gone out for a short while, and they had broken through when they returned. Moreover, the timing was quite similar. The city lord's mind was in a mess, so much so that it felt like the world was falling apart. If it weren't for the fact that one day someone told him that a sky immortal could actually defeat an evil dragon that had devoured countless Shien immortals, he would have smiled. Then, without hesitation, he would have chased that person out. What a joke! Who didn't know how big the gap between realms was? Not to mention the gap between realms. Even the gap between realms was huge. It was almost impossible to cross that gap. Only a small number of geniuses could fight across realms. However, in this world, there were people who could fight across realms. As the city lord of a small cloud immortal city, he had never heard of or seen such a person. It really was you. I didn't dare to believe it at first, but you've both broken through. In an instant, the city lord's mind turned several times. The smile on his face was quite amiable and kind. If he could control such a genius, even if it was just to pull him in when he did something in the future, it would be excellent. When Chinyu saw the city lord again and saw the colorful expression on his face, he understood. Why did he come? However, he just tacitly agreed to this matter. City lord, did you come because of the evil dragon? Don't worry. The evil dragon has now become a piece of trash and can no longer affect the city lord's cloud immortal city. For a moment, the city lord's guess was confirmed. He felt both touched and complicated. He was touched that you could think of him at such a time. However, because he had eyes but failed to see, he almost missed a peerless genius and felt regretful. He couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. If Yu had been in the immortal world at the beginning, compared to his current age, he should have reached a higher level. Chapter 859. The immortal soul seemed to be within reach. However, that was also a level that he needed to look up to. The city lord's strength was only at the late stage of the mystic immortal realm. City lord, is there anything else? If not, I will rest with the dragon soul. Yu unceremoniously wanted to send the guest away. Even if he was staying in the city lord's mansion, it was as if he was the owner here. The few present didn't think there was a problem with that. First of all, this was Yu's place. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. Moreover, powerhouses and geniuses would always receive some preferential treatment. This was understandable. Then that's fine. If there's anything you need, just let me know. If there's something you can't find for the time being, you can also tell Steward Liu. If I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. The city lord's goodwill was very obvious. There was even a hint of caution in his tone. Originally, with his strength, he didn't need to do this. However, now that he had encountered some trouble, he needed extremely powerful geniuses. Although the other realms were slightly weaker now, they couldn't even reach the threshold. However, he was very confident, according to the speed of his breakthrough. Yu and the Dragon Soul would definitely be able to reach the most basic requirements in a short period of time. He could be considered to have solved a big problem in his heart. However, he still had to carefully support him now, in case he was unhappy and left. Such an obvious attitude. If he didn't have other intentions, who would believe it? Group leader, don't worry. I remember the contract between us clearly. No matter what I get from you, I will return it 100 times. There were two meanings in this sentence. The first was to remind them of the existence of the contract between them. He had no obligation to do things outside the contract. And within the scope of the contract, the city lord did have to help him as much as possible. The second was a deeper meaning. No matter what the city lord gave him, he would return it 100 times, whether it was good or bad. Moreover, this was also recognized by the contract. Between the two of them, One had to give, and the other had to give. Therefore, there was a great restriction between them. No one could not disobey the rules. Otherwise, it would be courting death. I know this, I know. However, there's no need to be too demanding. Perhaps you've already noticed that I'm currently facing a very troublesome situation. Our Cloud Immortal City still lacks a representative for the once-in-a-century exchange. There was an accident earlier. Everyone who was able to go was more or less injured. Therefore, he urgently needed someone who could represent Yuanqing to participate in this exchange. As long as he could survive this time, he might be able to nurture another person who could participate in the exchange 100 years later. But this time, it was right in front of him. It was true that he didn't have anyone on hand, so he could only reluctantly invite someone to help him. Not to mention how much money he had to spend in between. The people he hired from outside would never be of the same mind as him. If he was bribed again, his Cloud Immortal City would lose a lot of face. He just wanted to show a bit of his power to see whether or not Qin you could replace him in going there. If this matter was feasible, then he would naturally be extremely grateful and would even be able to offer a generous reward. In any case, if he were to hire someone from the outside, he would have to pay a huge price. It was better to hire someone he could trust more easily. If it didn't work, he wouldn't plead guilty. After all, this was his own choice. However, his attitude might be a little cold. He wasn't an overbearing person, so he would naturally follow the agreement. You said that there will be many people there, and even the Xiantian sect will be there? The city lord saw hope from this sentence. Originally, when he was talking, Qin Yu wasn't interested at all. But as soon as the Xiantian sect was mentioned, his interest was piqued. The city lord didn't hesitate to tell him who would be attending the exchange this time. The Xiantian sect was the most important thing he introduced. The current sect master's eldest disciple, Jiangling Zhou. There should be a few elders' disciples, but I don't know the exact candidates yet. But according to the situation of the previous exchange, there should be 5 to 6 people there. Their strength should be at least above the mystic immortal realm, because the threshold to enter is the mystic immortal realm. Of course, that was what he said. In fact, many immortal souls would be there. In fact, the host would definitely be at the immortal spirit realm. His Cloud Immortal City was just a small city. Excluding him, there were too few people who could really handle the situation. In the past, he had to send immortal souls. Because immortals really couldn't be brought out, they might be defeated the moment they appeared. But now, Qin Yu was his hope, because the rest were extremely rare people who could fight across a realm. As long as he could raise his strength to the mystic immortal realm in a short period of time, he would more or less be able to match half an immortal soul. To him, this was already the best result. He didn't dare to dream of anything higher. Of course, this is outside the contract. It's an extra reward for you. It's definitely not a loan from me, so there's no need to return 100 times. What do you think about this matter? You want to consider it? The city lord had already tried his best to lower his status. He was willing to offer the best resources. Anyway, as long as it was his goal, it was better than taking a huge risk to invite people from outside. I agree to this matter, but there's one thing. Qin Yu's request was something to be expected. The city lord was also seriously listening to him, but what he heard made his eyes pop out. He actually rejected such a good offer. He could participate in the exchange, but he didn't want his conditions. It was the first time he met someone who only did things for no reward. In the immortal realm, there were many people who would do anything for resources. Murder, arson, and disregard the rules. He had seen all of them, but he had never seen someone like this. He definitely put forward these conditions with sincerity, without any dissatisfaction. He even dared to swear to the heavens, and even dared to make another contract to ensure that what he said was true. It's not that I don't believe you, but I want to know everything about the Mystic Heavens sect. Tell me everything you know, and it'll be my reward. Of course, during this period, the city lord also paid him a lot of resources. Mainly, he needed some information. It would be best if it was related to the whereabouts of the Dragon Clan. And these city lords could do it. Chapter 860. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The dragon race had always been a powerful existence. Even in the immortal realm, the appearance of the dragon race would become news that everyone paid attention to. Of course, no one paid much attention to existences like the dragon race. That was because their bloodline was too impure and had no value. Their strength was only average, unlike the powerful dragon race. Some could even call themselves gods. They ruled over a region. Currently, I know of many places where the dragon race appears. However, these places are extremely dangerous. If you go, I'm afraid you won't be able to return in a short period of time. The exchange will begin in 3 months, so you might spend a month on the road. The key was that it was too dangerous. Every place where the Dragon Clan might appear was an extremely dangerous and resource-rich place. However, there were countless forces entrenched in such places. He was only a small city lord and did not have much power. In Cloud Immortal City, he could cover the sky with one hand. But when it came to other places, it couldn't be used at all. At most, he could only know a few people. Or he could use money. That way, he might be able to create a path. However, there was no guarantee that he would be able to return safely. If he went to a dangerous place, he would most likely encounter danger. Only with danger can there be opportunities. I want to break through to the mystic immortal realm in a short period of time. Although it is not impossible, you know how difficult it is. No matter how outstanding his talent was, it was impossible for him to break through after being locked in the same place for a period of time without moving. Therefore, he had to go out and move around. If he forcefully used all kinds of resources to accumulate strength, it would only be troublesome for him. It might cause his foundation to be unstable. However, he had always disdained to forcefully use resources to increase his strength. Usually, success would follow naturally. Even if he used a large amount of resources, it was because he only lacked enough resources to accumulate strength. The city lord knew that he could not trap him. Chinyu had already made up his mind. Since he had already made up his mind, it was not something that the city lord could change. All right then, you can go. However, I still hope that you can take this. This is already the strongest martial technique that I have mastered. It also comes with a soul-breaking sword. I heard that it has slain a dragon before. However, it has been a very, very long time since anyone was able to pull out this sword. This was already the city lord's most prized treasure, which had been passed down from generation to generation. However, when it came to his generation, only some legends remained. No one was able to pull out that sword, and no one was able to learn the martial arts. Therefore, it became a piece of trash and could only be placed on a bookshelf as a collection. Anything more would be of no use. The name of the skill was Dragon Slaying Chant. The sword was also taken out by the city lord. Chinyu placed his hand on it and felt a slight tremor. It was as if the sword had also sensed the aura on his body, so it was restless. This sword had a spirit, and its strength was extraordinary. Although it had been trapped by the scabbard and had been sealed for 1,000 years, its spirituality had not diminished. Good sword. His eyes lit up. He could faintly feel that this sword seemed to want to tell him something. Perhaps this was fate. When he held this sword, he knew that he would definitely be able to open it. And that was indeed the case. He was able to break open the sword without breaking a sweat. The treasured sword was unsheathed. There was a crisp, buzzing sound, as if it was also jumping with joy. The city lord looked at this scene in disbelief. Suddenly he sighed. It was indeed a treasured sword. He could feel the sharpness of the sword from so far away. But since he had already said so, he wouldn't easily regret it either. Not to mention that he had tried countless times. It was not that he had not let other people try, but only such a person could pull out this sword. Perhaps this was fate. Even if he was envious, he could not replace it. It was better to be generous. In that case, he might still choose to be broad-minded. And he did not care about trifles. He wanted to leave a good impression on Chinyu. Such a treasured sword is indeed not bad, but the name soul-breaking sword is somewhat inappropriate. Chinyu himself felt it the most clearly. The reason why this sword was pulled out so easily by him was that it felt the dragon blood on his body. It was indeed a good sword, but its murderous nature was very strong, and it was quite interested in the dragon blood. It was only interested in the dragon blood. The martial skill is called dragon slaying. Then it will be called drinking dragon sword. Only this name, in his opinion, was the most suitable. If it was changed to another name, it would not be as suitable as it was now. Soul breaking, this name was really not in line with the characteristics of this sword. The city lord's eyes lit up, and he also felt that this was a good name. Since he had already given it away, he did not care about changing the name. Moreover, since this sword had a spirit and had recognized its master, Chinyu's safety could be guaranteed, and he did not have to worry so much anymore. At most, he was worried that someone would set their eyes on this treasured sword and have the intention of killing it to further their misfortune. However, when he thought of his own strength, the worry in his heart quickly disappeared. In the end, Chinyu refused the city lord's offer to send someone to send him. He could go by himself. What he lacked was only information. What he needed most was a map. He also needed someone to give him a brief explanation of the situation outside. I know you want to look for a dragon. Currently, there are only a few places with dragons. The city lord was referring to the Dragon Shrine, the giant Dragon Valley, and the most mysterious Thousand Caves demonic forest. There were indeed dragons in these places, but they were all extremely dangerous. Every place had many dangers. There were many guards in the Dragon Shrine, and there were many traps and dangers in the giant Dragon Valley. Although the last place was not as dangerous as it seemed, it was also the most mysterious. Very few people who went in came back alive, and those who came back alive all went crazy in the end. In the end, they were no different from half-dead. Therefore, this was an absolutely dangerous place. The city lord had specially marked this place with a special mark. Don't go there. Because of the previous example of the evil dragon, this time, the city lord was even more worried that Chinyu would run there. He was not worried about the other places. Only this place was the most dangerous place. After going in, there was basically no possibility of coming back alive. Chinyu just looked at that place and did not speak. In his opinion, the most mysterious place was the easiest place to enter. Chapter 8:61. Compared to other places, there were more or less obvious dangers. Only this place was the most mysterious. Seeing his expression, the city lord more or less had an idea. Not only did his words not serve as a reminder, it even had the opposite effect. His heart instantly turned cold. You promised me you can't go back on your words. Of course, since I've already promised you, I'll definitely participate in the exchange. But when he went and what he had to do before he went, it was not something the city lord could control. His kind reminder was useless. The city lord was also helpless. He only thought that after Chinyu went in and encountered danger, he would understand his painstaking efforts. That kind of place was actually something that they could enter and leave as they wished. It's a bit far there. Take these things. It can be considered as your travel expenses. I can't send anyone to follow you, so I can only take them here. Chinyu thanked him. He could indeed use these things, although they were not very useful to him. It was also not that he could not afford to spend this amount of money, but after all, it was out of good intentions, not to mention taking things out one by one. It was too conspicuous and troublesome to look at. The Cloud Immortal City's city lord found a cloud boat for them to make it convenient for Chinyu to travel. Now, I'm wondering if I should stay for 2 more days. After all, it's safer to make more preparations. There's also training. If there's anything you need, you can tell me at any time. There was not enough time to travel now. Of course, Chinyu decisively rejected. Now that his realm was very stable, it was better to leave as soon as possible. It was not difficult to advance to the Xian immortal realm within 3 months. But this trip was really a waste of time. Even with the cloud boat, it would still take a long time to travel. If he did not hurry, he would still be tight on time. He just said goodbye to Lulu before he left. After all, they were acquaintances. The cloud boat kept shuttling through the clouds. Its speed was extremely fast. Although it was not as fast as Chinyu and the Dragon Soul, the cloud boat could keep moving forward. Even if they were to rest, they could continue to move forward according to their initial position. There was no harm in not having any rest in between. There was also a lot of food and utensils on the cloud boat. Chinyu was more interested in the 1,000-deep demonic forest. However, the giant Dragon Valley was the closest to the Cloud Immortal City. He decided to go there and take a look. As for the 2 days on the ship, he was temporarily familiarizing himself with Dragon Chant and drinking Dragon Sword. The ancestor of the Cloud Mountain City's city lord might have possessed extraordinary strength and might even have dominated a region. The combined power of these 2 items was quite impressive. If an extremely talented person were to obtain these items, they would be able to borrow the power of these 2 items to forcefully fight across realms. Of course, it was somewhat impossible to cross a major realm. It depended on the individual's strength. Master, let me take a look. The Dragon Soul looked on enviously from the side. The sword looked too beautiful. Previously, when it was covered in dust, it looked dusty. But when the sword was pulled out, the dust on it became lighter and lighter. Now that it was shining with silver light, it looked extraordinarily mighty. Chinyu tossed the sword in his hand to the side, and the Dragon Soul easily caught it. With a look of joy, it prepared to pull it out and give it a try. But just as he was about to pull it out, his face froze. The Dragon Soul didn't believe it and tried a few more times. But no matter how much strength it used, it couldn't pull the sword out. It seems that this sword really recognizes its master. His thoughts of trying it out were completely shattered. This sword didn't recognize him and wasn't willing to let him touch it. It only recognized Chinyu, the drowsy one-eyed man who was lying on the cloud boat, suddenly shuddered. He suddenly got up and looked at the void in the clouds, shouting that something was wrong. The drinking dragon sword returned to Chinyu's hand. He picked it up and looked at it briefly before pulling it out. This sword is used like this. Watch carefully. A silver light soared into the sky and slashed towards the void. Layers of thick clouds were split in half. A deep mark was left in the middle, revealing a figure that was hidden behind it. The white dragon couldn't dodge in time and directly collided with the silver light. A wound so deep that bones could be seen appeared on his body. Drops of blood fell to the ground. The white dragon let out a painful howl. It almost thought that it was going to die here. That silver light just now seemed to want to split its entire dragon in half. even if it pulled back part of its strength at the last moment. Half of its body was already crippled. The one-eyed man opened his mouth. The words that he was about to say had been swallowed back down his throat. There was no need to say it out loud. He was of no use at all. Chinyu casually waved a silver light and knocked down the enemy hidden in the dark. It was even a bit late when he realized it. He patted his head in frustration. It seems that I still have to be alert at all times in the future. Even on the cloud boat, I can't let my guard down. Otherwise, what can I do? Having a master that was too powerful was sometimes a kind of trouble, because this pet of his, with special strength, didn't have room to display its strength, and he wasn't willing to be lazy and not do anything. That would make him seem too useless. Next time, you can remind me in advance. Chin, you clearly didn't look at the one-eyed man, but this sentence was said to him. The seriously injured white dragon had stopped struggling. The huge wound on his body was still bleeding, but the color of the blood was no longer as bright as before. Not long after, the white dragon woke up again and was already on the cloud boat. With the white dragon's huge body, this small cloud boat almost couldn't fit them. In the end, the entire cloud boat was filled to the brim, leaving almost no space. On its body, there was a huge wound that had already scabbed over, but because of excessive blood loss, the white dragon felt that its strength had declined greatly. Before, it had no way to fight against the couple at all. Now that it was seriously injured, it had no strength to resist. Submit or die. You can choose one of them. In the current state of the white dragon, it had no choice at all. Not to mention that it was extremely weak now. Even if it wasn't so weak before, it might not have been able to escape. But the white dragon was still a dragon with a relatively pure bloodline and had its own self-esteem. I won't submit. If you kill me, you will offend the entire Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley? Coincidentally, he was going to that place now. It seemed that the news that there was a dragon there was true, and there was definitely more than one dragon